All right, everyone, good morning. It is now 9 a.m. and we are beginning our Cobb County Board of Commissioners zoning hearing this June 18th, 2024. In lieu of an invocation for today, we will have a moment of silence followed by the pledge. For those of you willing, please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Our zoning hearing is now called to order, and I'll turn things over to our zoning manager to get us started for today.
And thank you, Chair. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When the case is called, we would ask that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they're in attendance. After that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so that they can be counted for the official record. And after that point, we're going to ask both parties to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if anyone, testifies second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time. So you want to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on an issue, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From their discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. Then the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There are 4 cases on today's printed agenda which have been withdrawn without prejudice, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z17 of 2024, ResiBuilt. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard. Next case is SLEP 5 of 2024, SUG Real Estate LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice. It will not be heard today. Next case is other business item number 15 of 2024, Riverview Associates Limited. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard. And the last case to be withdrawn today is other business item number 35 of 2024, of Dwyer Properties. This case was withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. There are a number of cases on today's agenda which have been either held or continued by the staff or the Planning Commission, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z15 of 2023, SDP Acquisitions LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the July 16th, 2024 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So Z15 of 2023 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z2 of 2024, Flournoy Development Group LLC. This case has been continued by the staff until the July 2nd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z2 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z9 of 2024, Thomas Ork. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the July 2nd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z9 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z25 of 2024, LCD Acquisitions LLC, Town Park Renaissance LLC. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the July 2nd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z25 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z26 of 2024, NGC Holdings LLC. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the July 2nd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z26 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z27 of 2024, Richard Barrick. This case, and Richie BS LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the July 2nd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z27 of 2024 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z29 of 2024, Creators Group Investments 1 LLC. This case was continued by the Planning Commission until the July 2nd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z29 of 2024 will not be heard today. LEP 12 of 2024, Reginald A. Rutherford. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the July 2nd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LEP 12 of 2024 will not be heard today. LEP 6 of 2024, LCD Acquisitions LLC and Town Park Renaissance LLC. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the July 2nd, 2024 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So SLEP 6 of 2024 will not be heard today. And finally, other business item number 8 of 2024, Terry Kastner. This case was continued by staff until the July 16th, 2024 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. So other business number 8 will not be heard today. Madam Chair and Board, I did get 2 requests late to continue a couple other cases. The applicant is here and they would like to continue rezoning case Z15 of 2024, Dillon Investment LLC, until your next hearing. I believe they want to work on the plan a little bit more, Madam Chair and Board, so the staff would ask the Board to continue Z15 of 2024 until your July hearing.
Thank you, John. Commissioner Gambrill.
I am agreeable to this.
Okay, thank you. Would you like to do we need to make a motion at this time?
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue Z15 of 2024 until the July BOC hearing date.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Next case is other business item number 31 of 2024, Whataburger. The applicant needs 30 more days, Madam Chair and Board, to work on the elevations for the building. So the staff would ask the Board to continue other business item number 31 of 2024 until your July hearing date.
All right, Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Yes, the applicant is still working with the Architectural Control Committee, and I'd like to have their recommendation prior to hearing this. So I make a motion to continue OB 31 to the July zoning hearing.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And before we get to the consent agenda, I do have 2 more announcements to make for the audience.
Okay.
If you have a cell phone today, please turn the volume off on your phones. If the phones ring, it does interfere with the broadcast and the presentation. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Yes, please.
Cobb County Board of Commissioners zoning hearing consent agenda for June 18th, 2024. First case on consent is rezoning case Z10 of 2024. Paul A. Ajua, Popel LLC, requests rezoning from GC and R15 to NRC for a retail center in land lot 1140 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Austell Road and on the south side of Warren Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval of Z10 to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, final site plan dated May 24th, 2024. Number 2, variance to reduce the major side setback from 35 feet to 15 feet. Number 3, final landscaping plan to be approved by the district commissioner. Number 4, landscaping plan to include an 8-foot privacy fence and evergreen plantings adjacent to the residentially zoned property to the west. Number 5, no outdoor storage or display of merchandise. Number 6, the exterior of the structure shall consist of glazing, stucco, masonry, stacked rock, or some combination thereof, and the district commissioner shall approve the final architectural elevation. Number 7, applicant to provide a lighting plan. Number 8, fire department comments and recommendations. Number 9, water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Number 10, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number 11, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number 12, adherence to the Austell Road design guidelines. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z10? None? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed.
I'd just like to add a couple of prohibited uses. Prohibited use to include smoke, vape, and CBD oil shops, check cashing establishments, massage parlors, and adult entertainment businesses. The dumpster enclosure shall consist of masonry materials consistent with the primary structure with a steel or metal gate and to be closed when not in use. Dumpsters are not to be stored outside of the enclosure. Construction hours shall be restricted to Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Saturday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m., and no construction on Sunday.
Okay, is the applicant amenable to those conditions? Okay, note for those observing online or on TV that the applicant is amenable to those. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next case is LUP 17 of 2024. Faust Properties LLC request a temporary land use permit for an auto broker in land lots 59 and 94 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Shiloh Road and on the west side of I-75 East Cherokee Street. Planning Commission recommends approval of LUP 17 for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, auto broker office use only, and number 2, no vehicles shown or exchanged on site. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 17? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 18 of 2024, C. Susan Velasquez requests a temporary land use permit for a personal care home in land lot 210 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Hawkins Store Road, east of Bells Ferry Road. Staff recommends approval of LUP 18 for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, site plan received by the Zoning Division on April 1st, 2024. Number 2, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 3, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Number 4, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And number 5, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Yes. Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 18? Let the record show there's no one opposed. LEP 19 of 2024, Jamie Whitehead requests a temporary land use permit for dog grooming in land lots 1229 and 1288 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of Jerry Drive, west of Ledford Drive. The Planning Commission recommends approval of LUP 19 for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, hours of operation to be from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday only. Number 2, maximum of 3 customers per week. Number 3, all customers by appointment only. Number 4, no boarding of dogs. Number 5, dogs are to be hand walked with no outdoor runs or enclosures. Number 6, no signs or outdoor or outside storage. Number 7, all parking to be on the driveway. Number 8, applicant to be the only employee, no independent contractors. Number 9, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 10, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. And number 11, staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 19? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into other business cases on today's consent agenda. First case is other business item number 20 of 2024, which is to consider a site plan and stipulation amendment for Curley Family Homes LLC regarding rezoning application Z84 of 2021. The property is located on the south side of Ford's Road, west of Red Rock Road, in land lot 265 of the 20th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, revised site plan received by the Zoning Division on June 6, 2024. Number 2, site plan review comments. Number 3, Fire Department comments. Number 4, Cobb DOT comments. And number 5, all previous stipulations not in conflict with this amendment to remain in effect. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 20? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Next item is other business item number 32 of 2024, which is to consider a reduction of required public road frontage from 75 feet to 0 feet for track 2, and to consider variances as shown on the application and proposed site plan for Harry W. Underwood Jr. The property is located on the north side of Kirk Lane, west of Salem Road, in land lot 280 of the 20th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, no further subdivision of this property. Number two, variances as stated in the other business item. Number three, stormwater management comments. Number four, water and sewer comments. Number five, fire department comments. Number six, Cobb DOT comments. And number seven, site plan review comments. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 32? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Other business item number 33 of 2024 is to consider a reduction of required public road frontage from 75 feet to 0 feet for Track 2 and consider variances as shown on the application and proposed site plan for Track 1 for Perry Brady. The property is located on the east side of Corner Road, north of Macklin Road, in land lot 436 of the 19th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, no further subdivision of the property. Number two, variances as stated in the other business item. Number three, stormwater management comments. Number four, water and sewer comments. Number five, fire department comments. Number six, Cobb DOT comments. And number seven, site plan review comments. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 33? Okay, let the record show there's no one opposed. Next item is other business item number 34 of 2024, which is to consider a reduction of required lot size from 20,000 square feet to 18,015 square feet for Joselio Cruz. The property is located on the south side of Boggs Road, east of Pisgah Road, in land lot 192 of the 18th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, lot size is approved to be 18,015 square feet. Number two, fire department comments. And number three, Cobb DOT comments. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 34? So we got two. Okay, we have two opposed, so we'll pull that one off the consent and here in its regular order. Okay. Next item is other business item number 36 of 2024, which is to consider a reduction of required lot size from 30,000 square feet to 24,379 square feet for Stetson Holdings 3, and to consider variances for setbacks in the gravel drive. The property is located at the northeast intersection of Pittner Road and Cheatham Road in land lot 153 of the 20th District. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, lot size is approved to be 24,379 square feet. Number two, fire department comments. Number three, Cobb DOT comments. Number four, variance is approved for gravel driveway, subject to Cobb DOT comments. Number five, historic preservation comments. And number six, applicant owner to place the house on the local register of historic places within 12 months. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for? Oh, it's you. Oh, okay, sorry, Adam. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 36? Okay, let the record show that there's no one opposed. And that completes the printed consent agenda, Madam Chair and Board.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any other matters to add? Commissioner Sheffield.
There is, John, OB 27, if you can ask if the applicant.
Okay, let me go ahead and read that one in.
Okay.
Other business item number 27 of 2024 is to consider a reduction of required public road frontage from 75 feet to 0 feet and to consider a variance to allow a gravel driveway for Metro Galloway. The property is located on the north side of Sullivan Road, east of Sullivan Point Drive, in land lot 14 of the 18th District. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 27?
There is opposition.
We got one, so we won't add that one to consent.
Okay. Are there any other matters to add to consent? Okay, with that, Commissioners, I move that we approve the consent agenda as it has been revised.
Second.
Recognizing, that's okay, that agenda item OB 34 has been pulled off consent. And believe that's the only other change. Your second still
Second.
stand? Okay.
Yes.
Are there any other questions or comments? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. For those of you here with items on consent and they have been approved, you are free to leave at this time unless you'd like to observe the rest of the zoning hearing. The only matter that I have that's been pulled from consent is OB 34 pertaining to Giselio Cruz. We'll wait a couple of minutes for people to transition. Okay, John, you can get started with the first matter.
Thank you. Okay, moving into the held or continued cases. First case we're going to hear today is rezoning case Z40 of 2023, Atlanta Remediation Group LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to LI for a specialty contractor and parking for RVs and boats in land lot 204, the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Shalford Road, east of Canton Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z40? Okay, let the record show there's 8 people here opposed. All those who would like to address the board for or against the application, please come forward to be sworn in.
John, did we ask how many people are for the application? Did we ask how many people are for? For. We asked for opposed. Yes, that's okay.
Can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z40? Please stand and raise your hands.
You can stand. My client's here, but,
Okay. All right, thank you, John.
and me.
You can begin whenever you're ready, Adam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Board. I'm Adam Rosen with Rosen and Riley, and I represent your applicant, Atlanta Remediation Group, in this rezoning application. Atlanta Remediation Group is a small remediation company located here in Cobb. One of the owners, he and his wife are the owners. One of the owners is here with us this morning, Mr. Picardo. We are working and have worked with, at least later in the process, with David Meyer, with DGM Land Planning Consultants, and hopefully if there's any questions that you have, we can address those this morning. This is an application to rezone what is close to an acre property on what is addressed as Shalford Road, but you see in this aerial is off of what's called Old Shalford Road, which is a short dead-end street that just services a few properties there. This is right at the intersection of Canton Road and Shalford Road. This was heard by your Planning Commission 2 weeks ago after it had been continued for a number of months to work on and make a number of changes from where this application started. You heard what it was read as RV and boat storage, and that has not been the application for a number of months now. We've revised that request. So I'll show you the way that the plan has changed over time, and also kind of give you some context of why we started there and why we thought that that was a reasonable place to start. This area of Cobb County and this area, particularly of this district, near the intersection of Canton and Shalford, just north of the screen is what was zoned and developed within the last number of years, a racetrack, and then the variety of commercial and industrial uses that are on Shalford Road. Our property is this Tetris-shaped, irregular-shaped property here with what was residential home that fronts on Old Shalford Road, and the rest of the property undeveloped as far as any structures are concerned. A little bit further out from that view, you can see a little further down Shalford Road. You can see the tops of the warehouse buildings that are on this section of Shalford Road. A little further east of here, the Horsetown store that you know there, gravel driveway, gravel parking lot areas, a lot of outdoor storage. that are on this area, in this area of this district. South of our property are residential homes, and so you'll hear about those this morning. We have accounted for those being our neighbors to the south, and tell you a little bit about what we've done to protect those residential neighbors from any negative impacts of our application. But this is the area, this is what drove my clients when they purchased the property to find this as a location for their business, and have owned the property for a number of months now. They did start the process to turn this home into an office, to clear the property. It actually looks beautiful, but unfortunately they did that initial work without zoning. It's zoned residential now. It may not look that way on the street, but you can see these properties here sandwiched between the general commercial that don't look anything like residential but are still zoned residential. That was their mistake. They stopped the work after receiving a notice. They were never actually cited. We got involved and made application and have worked through that process since then. They have not done any of their work on this property since that time, so they've held off for this process. But this is back to the future land use map. This is the neighborhood activity center of Canton Road and those properties just off of Canton Road. I often say this and try to say it without being offending anybody, but this is often a very optimistic neighborhood activity center because of the way that Canton Road has developed many years, for many years, and for years prior to the ordinance being enacted and the future land use map, just because of the nature of the mixture of the commercial and industrial uses you have with residential properties. And so this is one of those areas that you have that combination of two. But we are within that neighborhood activity center, and we have asked that our application be allowed to be deleted from our initial request of light industrial to neighborhood retail commercial to meet that neighborhood activity center. A few pictures of what is around us and down Shallowford Road. This picture, I believe, was taken at a time when the sidewalks are being installed on Shallowford Road. We are requesting to waive sidewalk in this case, partly because of this. Shallowford Road has sidewalk, and you can see our property, and you can see where the sidewalk connects along Shallowford Road and then stops as it connects over to Old Shallowford Road. Our belief that this dead-end small street that doesn't connect to anything other than a couple of properties that have very close access to sidewalk on Shallowford Road is the reason for that request. I was able to take some photos from the residential neighborhood behind us. You'll probably see some photos from the neighbors that are better views from actually their yards, which I was not able to do. So you can see some of these perspectives and the limited visibility to our property. You'll see some pictures from them that have better visibility so that you can actually see our property and the building on our property, and we don't argue with them about that, but we believe what we will do will help in that regard from the visibility aspect of it and stormwater, which is something else that you'll probably hear about. This is where the project started. Full development of the site, boat and RV storage. If you go out to this property and you look around, you see a lot of industrial. You look at this type of use being a potential quiet use, parking, no other activity. This is where the project started, and this is what the applicant proposed. The front office building would be their office for their remediation company, and then the remaining of the property could be utilized and put to use for this proposed boat and RV storage. That has changed a couple of times, immediately later being eliminated and reduced to NRC for specialty contractor, removing a number of the parking and other structures on the property. This is the second iteration of the site plan, which still had a larger garage building on the longer section of the property, as you can see in the middle of this site plan. And this is where we started to develop the 40-foot buffer and the stormwater detention pond in the rear of the property. 40 feet is 5 feet larger than the special contractor buffer requirement. So it's beyond normal NRC buffer. It's beyond the special contractor buffer, which is a heightened buffer beyond the normal NRC requirement. We're proposing 40 feet. In addition to that, past the buffer will be the proposed detention facility. There is no detention there now. Everything runs downhill into the residential homes, which you'll hear about. This helps to solve that problem and provides an extremely significant buffer. We went further. We took away that larger storage building. We basically pared this down to be what gets us the ability for this business to be able to operate as a special contractor type use here at this property. It's all now cornered into the section up against Old Shalford Road. You can see the buffering kind of sketched in here by David Meyer. And then you can see behind our building, to eliminate the outdoor storage potential and parking outside, we've proposed a garage building behind that building. Where that garage building is proposed backs up against a general commercially zoned and undeveloped wooded lot behind us in this section. So we intentionally kept that there so that it does not border the residential property. So the only thing that borders the residential property at this time is a buffer, then a detention facility, and then what is now a nicely cleared remaining area of the lot. That structure is larger than what was recommended by your planning commission, who wanted the building to be 850 square feet. Unfortunately, with the ability to get storage and parking off of the property like has been requested for us, this is what we're asking the building to be. We believe it's reasonable because it is protected from the residential homes and actually solves the problem that has been talked about a lot in this area, which is that outdoor storage and parking, at least heads in that direction, and it gives them the ability to operate here. We have a number of prohibited uses and limitations within the stipulation letter that was submitted on the 28th. That includes calling out the 40-foot landscape buffer, the fencing, and the request for waiver of sidewalk and some of the others. I won't go through all of those. Your planning commission recommendation was generally similar to this. It does not include the automotive use being allowed. I included it as...
Mr. Rosen, sorry, your time's up.
Okay, thank you. I included it as 130 feet north of the residential property.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time. We ask for your approval of this application, subject to our
Thank
stipulation
you.
letter.
I'm going to go ahead and just give opposition an extra 30 seconds of their
Give them an
time.
extra minute.
Extra minute? Okay. Opposition may proceed, and just be mindful if there are others that desire to speak to balance your time.
We have the, okay. Good morning. For the record, I'm Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors.
Good morning.
I have worked closely with the residents that live contiguous to the property, and I also do appreciate the some of the revisions that Mr. Rosen has gotten on this property. Let me come to the punchline. I'm going to go ahead and read my revised letter of stipulations. Generally support the Planning Commission recommendation on this, but because it was rather lengthy, I've sort of reordered my stipulations in order of what I believe are the most important, and then followed by subject to Planning Commission recommendation and staff comments. But let me go ahead and just walk through some of these photographs. This actually was a residence built in the mid-50s when Cobb was still rural. It's been well maintained. When it was purchased, the applicants proceeded to clear cut the back of the lot, add fill, grade and level, raised the topo at the southern end, and then gravelled everything over, all without the benefit of land disturbing permits. But right now, it is very clean and tidy. They did remove a lot of debris from the site. It looks okay, but we'd like to keep it looking okay. This does back up to homes that have been there for many, many decades, and basically would be taking this from R20 residential to, as a specialty contractor, if it's not properly stipulated, the use could become very intense. The topo is such that this looks, okay, there's the gravel. This looks down on the homes behind it. You can actually see, with all the trees gone, in this picture, this is a photograph from the two homes that back up to it. You can clearly see the house. And if they were to do what they want to do on the back lot and build a nearly 2,000 square foot storage building, which would be nearly twice as large as the house, you'd be able to see everything. The applicant also initially wanted to park their contractor vehicles on the back lot, which is all gravel. So these are the reasons we are still opposed to it, and I believe that we can get it properly stipulated for contractor use, but with limited use, to have limited impact on the people behind it. Canton Road neighbors would support this rezoning subject to the following: deletion to NRC for specialty contractor for Atlanta remediation, contractor to be only use on subject property, no outside storage, no heavy equipment greater than 12,500 pounds, no automotive uses including auto repair, accessory structure garage to be no larger than 850 square feet and no higher than the roof line of the existing house, structure to be covered with fiber cement or wood and to match the color and architecture of the existing building. No parking behind the house/office. No work to be performed outside. We'd like to see sidewalk, curb, and gutter to be installed along the frontage of Old Shallowford to connect to what's down there on Shallowford at the corner. A 40-foot landscape buffer along the southern property line, contiguous to the residential property. A change of use, amendments to stipulation, or amended site plan shall come back to the Board of Commissioners as other business. Planning Commission recommendations not otherwise in conflict, and staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. There's a balance of 7 minutes for others desiring to speak.
Hi, my name's Brandon Duck, and I'm a resident. My house is approximately 300 feet from Z40. So Doc Croy was the owner of the house at Z40. She was a family friend. There was a trail through the woods that we'd walk up and visit with Miss Croy. We did that for many years. She ended up getting cancer and battled that for many years. And as soon as she died, her house was sold and should have been sold as a residential home for someone to move into. It also had a large carport on the side of it where you could park cars. That's been removed. As I said, we would have to walk through the woods up a steep hill to get to her house. The hill is gone. It's been backfilled. All the trees, pecan trees, apple trees, all sorts of different trees, hardwoods, a forest, if you will, has been just eradicated. It's turned into a huge parking lot. It's just all gravel. So as Ms. Brown had mentioned, the topography of the layout of the land has completely changed. In the houses next door to Z40, which they're houses that have turned into offices somehow illegally. So we're just concerned that if contractors get in there, specialty contractors, which a specialty contractor could be HVAC or roll-off company, any contractor is a specialty contractor as long as they specialize in one trade. So we've just seen over the years how it gets abused. Say a specialty contractor goes, starts a business there, and you guys have a stipulation there are not to be RVs or boats or anything like that. Well, say the owner buys an RV or a boat. Who's going to police that? Maybe we'll police it for a year. Say he does it in 2 years. Maybe he allows his employees to park RVs and boats there, or what, large equipment. So who's going to police that? The natural border that's supposed to be 40 feet. I just feel like that you'll still hear noises through that. The other thing is, when they cleared the trees, like I said, my house is at least 300 feet from the border of that property. Well, racetrack is even further, maybe 2-3 football fields away. I can see racetrack when I walk out my front door now, since they took down the forest. So now we're dealing with that. Where's the water going from where they graded the land? Is it all running toward us? I don't know. Who's going to test the soil, make sure that everything is environmentally sound? And I just feel like someone would need to monitor that. We'll call code enforcement, and they'll say it's the police's job, or the police will say it's code enforcement, and we just go back and forth, and nothing ever gets resolved. So I feel like it should remain a residence or some kind of just a retail store. Some kind of no contractors, in my opinion. But I'm not the only voice.
Okay, thank you. There are 3 minutes left on the clock.
Good morning. I'm Janice Ducklove and Ms. Mother, and we have been there for many, many years. And the Croy house, he had just put a roof on it, it's been probably about three years ago, I suppose. And I know that our neighbors are very upset when they've done this with the topography. There's now, one neighbor's having to get exterminator, $1,200, and that was from the topography of this land plus the problems we're having with another area next door. So, and there is a residential lot right directly next to the house that you saw the picture of, and it's going to be a residential home. There's been people inquiring about it. So we don't want, we don't mind a nice business, or it would be nice to be another residence, but we don't mind a nice business, but we don't want to go back and face all the problems that we faced earlier on in our lives, especially, dealing with contractors and their noise and their disrespect, and they don't care, and they just, we need peace and quiet and to live like we've been living, and if it can be nice, we're okay. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a balance of 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock if there are any additional speakers. Okay, not seeing any, I'll turn things over to you, Commissioner.
Could I have Mr. Rosen come back up?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The 40-foot buffer, I know 35 is required within RC, but you're agreeable to the 40-foot in the rear that backs up to the residences?
Yes, correct.
And do you need a replanting?
It will need to be planted. There are some, you can see the shadows of it. There are some trees along the back line still, but to get the full 40 feet, it will need to be planted to supplement that.
Okay.
That was the intention.
And will you be submitting a landscape plan for that?
We can. I don't have it included in the stipulations about a landscape plan or any particulars about it. We were just going to leave that to the arborist and the applicant to deal with at that time, but.
Yeah, well, it'll
That
need
was
to
it.
come back for approval.
Okay. We're happy to do that.
Okay, and then, I think we've talked about the other stipulations. So that's all I had to ask to verify with you.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, wait,
I have a quick question.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
there a plan to install a privacy fence along the residential property line in addition to the buffer?
Yes.
Did you mention that? Okay.
Yes, we included I think we included an 8-foot privacy fence.
Okay,
And that was a part of the planning commission recommendation was a privacy fence.
okay.
Yes, ma'am. Just along the back against the residential, not the side.
I think that's in your letter too, the fence.
I'm sorry?
I believe that's in your stip letter from May 28th.
It is.
As well.
Correct.
Commissioner Richardson?
And has there been contemplation to add a buffer behind the garage, the storage garage, considering the house is visible?
Any what?
No, and we've actually, I'm not sure if she was referring to a house on the property that's zoned general commercial. I'm not aware of any house there. So our building will be, in that corner. So what's directly behind us is just that property zone general commercial. So, no. And
Right.
that, we don't have room to do that so that we can have it behind that building.
Okay. Yeah,
But,
and just for clarity, Commissioner Burrow was asking where I was talking about where the garage is, are mapped to be put. If there was a buffer that could be put in between that garage, like some trees or something, because in the picture that was shown, the house was visible from the properties to the
Yeah.
south. So I didn't know because you were obviously going to see the garage and the house at that point.
Well, go
we-
back to the picture with the
Yeah, and
red
let me
storage building that shows the neighbors behind.
I don't have that, that's on theirs. This is,
It's Carol.
this is our plan.
I'll
the-
call Carol.
The current one, and we do actually have, you see David has shown trees behind the building there. And so if that needs to be called part of the buffer, we would be happy to have that. So maybe that, Commissioner Richardson helps.
But,
We-
but that's, I see where that is with the red outline. But the storage building
Wh-
is up here in the northeast corner or northwest corner.
Yeah, on the site plan, not the aerial picture, but on the site plan, we do show a single row of trees back there, so I guess we do actually have that, 10 feet to do that, so that, I have been thinking this is about the buffer in the back here, if that needs to be called buffer instead of just shown as landscaping, so that it's maybe more committed that it's a buffer, we'd be happy to do that. I think that angle from the residential street looking up at the home building, the office building,
Yeah.
is a little different than seeing the back of the
I
proposed building.
I will admit, I was surprised that it could be visible from that angle, but I mean, it was in the picture, and I'm sure
Yeah.
if you call her back up, she'll show it again, but, no, that does answer my question about adding that, but I think maybe those trees being committed to having some type of screening effect would
Sure.
be advantageous.
And it is a higher elevation, we're higher elevation than them, so that is, I'm sure that hurts their view, so we recognize that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, can you come back up? Can you pull up her picture with the
Yeah.
house and the shed?
You want to? Here we
There.
go. All right. This was actually taken from Ms. Love's backyard, and the red barn is in the backyard of the home, directly contiguous to subject property. As I said, they clear cut and took down a lot of the trees. That house is only 1,100 square feet. It's above the homes. You can actually almost be in the street of Judy Ann Lane and look up and see the house. The storage shed that they're planning to build is going to be, they're asking for 1,900 square feet. That's going to be almost twice the size of the house. They're going to be able to see it no matter, you know, a few trees behind it are not going to adequately buffer. That's why we're requesting that it be a smaller, more like an accessory structure behind the house that's 850 square feet, rather than the even allowed 1,000 square feet for accessory structure, and that it be no higher than the roof line of the existing house. We want it to look like it's part of the house, so that it will still have somewhat of a residential nature with no parking behind the house on the gravel. And yes, it is in the northwest corner. That's sort of an L shape. It is in the northwest corner, currently adjacent to property zone GC, which is undeveloped. And that's not going to be a forever thing. That property is on the market. And, you know, once there's a buyer, that wooded GC lot is going to be clear-cut and developed. So I don't think you can, it's not proper to use someone else's property, the trees on someone else's property for your buffer. So anything that they can do to mitigate the impact of that shed and some trees behind it would certainly be appreciated by the people who live there. Thank you so much for your time.
Go ahead.
Do we know when that shed was, is that shed a recent shed, or? 'cause
There is no shed.
The little red shed?
Oh, that belongs to,
That's not on the property.
that belongs to Miss Alex that lives next door.
Right, I was just asking, is it recent? Because it's not showing up on the, we're trying to map it out to the actual.
It may be too
The
small. I
aerials.
think you can see it on the most recent aerial GIS.
No, what Commissioner Richardson and I are looking at is, and I'm assuming with the shed is 1009, the address?
What is, no, that's the one that,
It's sorry.
Isn't-
Let's not
Carol.
have a conversation.
it's 1020, I believe it's 1021 Judy Ann Lane is the lot behind subject property. Is that
Okay, so is 1021 the one that has the red
Yes,
shed?
correct.
Yes, if the resident who has the red shed is here, she's more than welcome to approach. It's just difficult when we have communication going
Yeah.
back and forth from
Janice?
the microphone.
She has illness in her family, but she is the next door neighbor.
Okay.
This family lives at 1031 Judy Ann Lane. The house with the red barn is 1021 Judy Ann Lane, and it's
And
behind.
that's behind Z52. Okay.
No, behind Z40.
1031 is behind Z52 on this map.
It's sort of shared by both of them.
Well,
It's a little complicated.
yeah. But this red barn shed or whatever that we're seeing in your picture, which shows the houses above that.
That is
Is
1021.
that 1021?
That's 1021.
Okay.
And they are 10, and I took the photograph from 1031, which is
Okay,
their
so
house.
they can see that.
They can see it too.
Okay. Even though it's not on their property?
Yep. It's
I
up
mean-
on a hill.
Well. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosen, you're going to have to come back up. And can we have his site plan on the screen? You want to sit closer to the front?
Maybe should.
You may be here a while with the other cases you have today.
Just one more.
Okay. I see the 40-foot landscape buffer at the rear. Proposed garage building, is that the one that you're asking for 1,900 square feet that we're
Yes.
recommended limiting to 850?
Yes, the prior building in the middle here, that is gone. That's old plan. So no buildings in that area of the property, just immediately behind the office building.
Okay.
And
The
if,
the
go-
GIS to the right, Brad, can you go up further so that we can see on GIS I know this backs up to a vacant lot next door, right? The GC property, where you're planning to put the storage,
Right, yes, in that corner.
right? Is that what's for sale that could become residential? Is that what they're referring to?
I don't know, I believe it is for sale, yes. I don't know about what it's proposed to be.
Okay,
I think, I understood that the reference was to the residential properties on the other side of that, on that front on Judy Ann Lane, but I don't know what that general commercial property is planned for, other than it has not been able to sell for some reason. And there is a difference between the grade, as you've seen, their yard level and then our main parking area level. And so I don't know if we could leave for the landscape plan flexibility to put the fence on a higher area, like right at the 40-foot mark would be where the parking lot is more flattened out and is at a higher level, so it would provide more screening for them. They would be directly looking at it as opposed to within the buffer, within the more landscaped area of the buffer, but that would potentially provide a higher height if you look back at their picture that shows the angle of past the red shed, we could fence, instead of being on the property line, we could move the fence further up into higher topography and would provide better screening. I mean, that, normally we think of putting the fence on the property line and then having the 40-foot buffer, but if having the flexibility to move that fence with your approval or something like that, we would be happy to do that if that gives them better visual protection.
but the house is staying and the storage is going behind that?
Correct. The office building is staying.
So what kind of fence or buffer would you have room to put there?
Well, I'm referring to
The side?
the view that you see when you see the red structure in the backyard of 1021. That's looking at, I don't know if you, I guess you can't see my pointer, but that's looking at just this bottom section of the property. Yeah, just on that, the aerial there, not my site plan, but that area that I outlined at the buffer and the distance of it, if you go back to that.
That's the 40-foot buffer.
That's the view that they're showing you. So if we put the fence a little bit higher up, it would provide better visual protection. That's what I'm talking about as far as fencing. Behind where the proposed structure is for us, I mean, we do show landscaping there, but that's not their view. Their view is over 1021
okay.
looking up that way.
Well, you already have the 40-foot buffer there.
Right, I'm suggesting that if it helps them, we can move the fence a little bit uphill so that it's further into the buffer, and instead of an 8-foot fence, it's effectively 8 plus whatever the topography difference is. So
Okay.
maybe having the flexibility to do that in the process. Because looking at their view, you know, if we put something right there, then they don't see anything. So I don't know if they want the fence higher up, it'd be more visible to them, and they maybe don't want that, but it would shield our building, if that helps,
Okay.
to move it.
And will that be included in your landscape plan to come back for approval?
It can be,
Yeah.
I guess what I'm suggesting is if having the flexibility to do that helps, we'd be happy to do that. It doesn't, I don't think, impact what we do. We're putting the fence in, we're doing the landscaping. If it's more effective to move it, and that
Okay.
helps them, we're happy to do that.
I have a quick question for Adam. What is the proposed height of the storage building?
I don't have an architectural design of it. We just did kind of the footprint of it because we know that we need a decent amount of area. But I think we're okay with it being limited to, I mean, we're not asking for any variance to build it higher than the code would allow.
Okay.
We're just trying to get something that we can, their business is smaller. The limitation recommended by the Planning Commission, I don't love it, but I think limited the vehicles, the number of vans and trucks to 5 or 6. They don't need more than that. They're 10 or less. I mean, so, and can work within that limitation. So they don't need a ton of room, but they need something to be able to meet what has been asked of them to not have anything outside. So that's what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Carol, I have one more question for you, but not dialogue with the audience, please. Your email or letter dated June 12th, what you read today, has that been revised or the same prohibited uses included there?
It's very similar to the motion made by the planning commissioner. I just pulled out the things that I felt were the most important to the community, rather than, then there were some things like stipulations for vape shop and that I felt were not terribly germane to the concerns that were in the planning motion that I thought could go further down the list.
Okay.
May I make one clarifying remark? The fence that's referred to is an 8-foot vinyl chain link fence. It's not a solid wooden privacy fence. And that's all. Thank you.
It looked like it had screening on it, though. It looked like it had the screening across it to block, if it's chain link. Like another case we're getting ready to hear is similar. Okay. Lahia, can you come up?
Good morning, Ligia Florem, DOT.
Thank you. This is on Old Shallowford, their entrance
Yes,
and
ma'am.
access, which is a dead-end road currently.
Correct.
Does DOT have any plans to reopen that road to connect down to Canton, or,
I am not aware of plans to open it at this time.
okay? They're asking for sidewalks to be removed, to be waived. And I know in your staff comments, they're required, because we have to require sidewalks on frontage. But sometimes when it's nothing else there but that business, and it's a short distance to Shallowford, where there are sidewalks, the main road off of this. Does DOT have a problem if we make it upon redevelopment that they would have to install? Or if the road is ever open, they would have to install sidewalks?
That would be appropriate,
Is that
yes, and that will
agreeable?
comply with the recommendation.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because we do require sidewalks or fee in lieu of, but,
Correct.
with the dead-end road and that being the only access, it doesn't connect anything. I think Shallowford Road is the closest.
Correct.
And it's on a corner, so,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anybody else have any questions for staff or applicant? Okay. I think I'm ready to make a motion here. Before I do, I would like to ask you, Lisa, to come up. This was a result of code enforcement violations, and you can see from the pictures that were submitted, they have done a very good job of cleaning up the site. So can you tell us a little bit about what you saw when you first went out, and then what has been improved or changed?
Good morning. My name is Yolisa Faustin from Cobb County Code Enforcement. We received a complaint on February 15th of 2023 in regards to customary home occupation because the property was zoned for residential and not for commercial. parking standards, litter, and a shipping container. The officer went out and issued a notice of violation for parking standards, non-compliance vehicles, customary home, litter, and also for the shipping container. The officer observed a pickup truck with a flat tire parked on the gravel at the rear of the property, and new gravel was also installed. There was also items stored outside, and there was a shipping container on the property as well. So during the first inspection, there was multiple violations, but since then, the property has definitely been cleaned up. The only thing that remains on the property is the shipping container.
Okay. Thank you. It's definitely an improvement from what originally was there. And I appreciate your work and seeing to that and the many visits and site visits that you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think I'm ready to make a motion. I move to approve Z40 with deletion to NRC with a specialty contractor use for Atlanta Remediation, LLC, subject to the following: conditions and list of prohibited uses per Canton Road Neighbors letter dated 6/12/24, and Planning Commission recommendations from their June meeting, in addition to Adam Rosen's letter dated 5/28/24. The additional building limited to 850 square feet. Any other uses under NRC not on the prohibited list to be reviewed by the neighbors that border this and Canton Road neighbors prior to final approval by the district commissioner. Sidewalks to be installed on Old Shallowford Road upon redevelopment or if the road is opened in the future. The fence and landscape plan to be approved by the county arborist and district commissioner. All other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. And that would be my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second for discussion. I
Yes,
just
go
have a quick question regarding the fence. There was a recommendation that the fence would be installed in the buffer to address additional height because of the topography. So with your approval, would that also include the fence placement?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Well, I said fence and landscaping plan to come back.
right,
to-
that's the fencing plan, but with respect to where the fence is going to be installed, I just wanted to know if you plan to approve that as well.
Yes,
Okay,
that will be part of it.
okay, just wanted to make certain, thank you.
So, Mr. Rosen, your plan will include your suggestion of moving the fence up to block the view and the screening. Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Gamble.
My only comment is to the clerk. I'd ask you to record my statement and also the amicus brief as was recorded by the clerk on June 11th. Thank you.
Okay.
And I submit mine as well. It's not in my book. Where's Kim?
Are there any other comments with respect to this application? Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is rezoning case Z52 of 2023, 1054 Investment Group LLC, request rezoning from R20 to LI for a contractor's office and parking of vehicles in land lot 204 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Shalford Road, east of Old Shalford Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z52? Eight. Okay, let's let the record show there's 8 people here opposed to rezoning case Z52. All those who would like to address the board for or against this application, please come forward, be sworn in. Okay, is there anyone here in support of rezoning case Z52? None? Okay, let the record show there's no one here in support. We can start. Yeah. Couldn't remember the name of it. Yeah, GIS. I go on it all every day. Thanks. Can you get back a little bit more? Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, you can begin when you're ready, Kevin.
Thank you and good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Moore here on behalf of the owner and applicant in this application for rezoning of just over 3 acres. It's currently zoned R20, and we are proposing rezoning to the NRC category. This property is adjacent to the case that you just heard, similarly situated. What I want to draw your attention to with this aerial of the surrounding zonings is to make sure that it's highlighted for you the inconsistencies in what you are seeing from a zoning map standpoint as it relates specifically to the neighbors you're going to hear from. What you see on the section of Shalford Road, which is just east of Canton Road, what you primarily see is heavy industrial. Heavy industrial along the railroad tracks, heavy industrial directly across this property on Shalford Road, as well as light industrial. And then you pick up the general commercial properties. You'll see the one general commercial property. It's on kind of in the middle to the right-hand side that's adjacent to the property that you're considering this morning. That's GC, and it's been developed long ago for a car wash, and it's continuing to operate as a car wash in that location. You also see adjacent to us the case you just heard, heading west to on the left-hand side, and then you have GC and CRC on Canton Road, as well as other NRC, NS, and GC zonings. And then you have the R20 properties on Judy Ann Lane that back up to this. So it is very inconsistent and presents very intense uses that are in very close proximity to the residential. And then you have this property, which is amazingly still zoned R20. The issues with this property, though, began many years ago. Despite the fact it was zoned R20, it was being used for commercial types of uses. And you'll see that in just a minute. In fact, when I put this picture on the screen for you, my particular client, when they bought the property in the 1990s, it was being used both residentially and commercially for what I would generally describe as a contractor's type of office that had outside storage of equipment. This particular picture is taken of this property. You see on the bottom, that's the car wash building that I pointed out to you, Shalford Road coming along the right-hand side. Looking back at this just over 3-acre site, to the top left is Judy Ann Lane and those residents where you see the trees. This was taken, some 20-odd years ago, and you can see how it was operated then. It's operated for a number of different businesses. Currently, or most currently, you've had automotive repair, welding, as well as contractor type business that involved heavy equipment and machinery as well. And you can see the number of vehicles, dump trucks. There's also any number of automobiles that are being stored there that are being in some stage of being repaired. And that's been going on for quite some time. It's unfortunate. We do see that. And it's unfortunate for these neighbors. But over time, what I have gathered is that it evolved. This use evolved, and it slowly, and just like that can do, slowly evolved over time to become worse and worse. and to its present state. So it's zoned R20. So are there code enforcement issues? Absolutely. Everything you see that's happening on this property is in violation of R20. You can't have any of that in R20. But we are proposing rezoning to NRC under your NRC zoning ordinance, which provides for a minimum of 20-foot landscape buffer or a 35-foot buffer, depending on the use that's proposed. We are asking for NRC with no variances. We're not asking for anything above and beyond what the NRC code provides, NRC district provides for this property. This is located squarely within a neighborhood activity center, and NRC is absolutely appropriate at this location, given its proximity to heavy industrial, both across the street and adjacent across the railroad tracks, given its proximity to existing commercial uses, existing uses that have been approved by zoning to CRC as well as NRC. And we believe that the NRC ordinance in and of itself provides for adequate protections. It provides for the types of uses that would be appropriate here and provides for the absolute protections of landscape buffering that must be employed. It provides that there is no outside storage can be had on NRC property and the like. And as a result, that is our simple request, that this board rezone this property to NRC so it can be put to those uses that are allowed under the code. We respectfully request that rezoning from you this morning, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll turn things over to opposition.
If you can go ahead and roll it. Okay. Good morning again. Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. I'm just going to let this video run and try to read the script here. Since the application to rezone came in last September, there's been an effort to clean up the site. But, as you can see, there's still a long way to go and much to be moved off-site for the property to come into compliance, even by contractor standards in NRC. There are dozens of roll-off dumpsters, several hundred plastic bins, old inoperative trucks and vehicles without licenses. There are sheds encroaching into the rear setbacks of the residences, and tractor trailers, as well as dump trucks on 3 parcels. There are also 2 old houses that may need to be demolished at 1022 and 1028. We understood from a meeting with Kevin Moore a long time ago that Mr. Juan Hernandez wanted to buy the entire site for his contracting. Debris removal business Magic Touch Construction. But the roll-off dumpsters, dump trucks, and plastic bins, which belong to Magic Touch, don't belong in NRC, even as a special exception. They're heavy industrial in nature. It appears that there's been some discussion about an assemblage of the Z40 site with the Z52 site for light industrial uses under contractor, but we feel that this gets abused. And recently, actually, the noise on this property has gotten worse, beginning at as early as 6 o'clock on Sunday morning. The police have been called about noise, and they're unable to do anything because they don't have the readers. Make sure there's audio volume up. Okay. The 2.8-acre property adjacent to the neighborhood on Judy Ann Lane has been a nightmare for the residents, generating noise, garbage, rodent, and mosquito infestation. The noise begins before 6 o'clock in the morning and goes on for much of the day. These out-of-compliance uses have generated income for the owners while harming the quiet enjoyment and property values of the homes that are shown here. We know that Magic Touch Construction, and we know that the Magic Touch Construction is on site. There's also a welder, diesel repair, and automotive repair. We therefore would ask for the following stipulations. We wanted this deleted to NRC for neighborhood retail and professional office use only, followed by a lengthy list of stipulations, including those which provided for cleanup of the site. Somehow, and that was basically the recommendation of our planning commissioner at the last meeting, and I actually have a copy of what I was sent. Somehow, the motion that that I saw posted online yesterday said deletion to NRC for specialty contractor, with the stipulations below it. But the Planning Commissioner Lindstrom read in deletion to NRC for neighborhood retail and professional office use only, and then followed by the list of stipulations. You can see why the residents are very apprehensive about how the rezoning takes place after having lived next to this. It's not just the noise as a nuisance, there's garbage, it's horrible. And nobody should have to live this way. I thank you for your time. You'll hear from one of the people that is right behind it.
We'll take the next speaker. There's a balance of 6 minutes on the clock.
Hi, my name is Brandon Duck. I'm one of the residents. So this has been going on for quite some time, like was mentioned before. The houses on Z52 are have been neglected. They need tender loving care. They need to be brought back. Houses shouldn't be allowed to look that way. There have been vehicles parking there. Just you saw the noise. You hear what's going on. There's all kinds of oil and radiator fluid, and I don't know what else is in the soil. I can walk down to the stream that borders the property, and there's just like I don't know the word it's like gunk in the creek. Green, yellow, all different colors, rainbow colors. So I believe the soil should really be just scraped away, the top layers, and something needs to be done there with that soil. I think the water needs to be tested, the groundwater. It's just a lot of different concerns. And since it's uphill, it's running down toward us. So we're getting affected by this. We plant vegetables and things like that. We're concerned is it contaminating our food, our water? I was going to put a well in for natural water to have just in case of emergency or whatnot, and to use to water the garden. I'm concerned though the groundwater is bad, so I decided not to do the well. There's just a lot of different problems there. Another problem with the fence, a black vinyl chain link fence does not screen anything because you can see right through it. There was a buffer, and they've just keep encroaching on it. They've taken it down completely now. There are no trees behind where the fence is. The fence that you saw in the video is a 12-foot high fence, and we can still see right over it. So 8-foot fence ain't gonna do much. And if you can see over 12 feet and you can see all these buildings or houses or whatever they are, how long is it gonna take trees to get to a height where you can't see it? 20 years maybe? It doesn't matter if they are green giants. It still takes a long time for them to grow, even though they're fast-growing trees. And it's not going to completely screen everything. So there's a lot of different concerns. So the fence, I know we had requested a black chain link vinyl fence or coated fence. I think it needs to be solid. That would help some, but you'll still be able to see over it. And then as far as, I live on Janus Drive, and I can hear all this on my back deck. I can hear it all the way down the street. I can see it just if I look to the north, I'll see all the buildings. I can see everything. As soon as I walk out my front door, which I live on Janus Drive across from Judean Lane, I can see all that. You can see it just walking down Janus Drive or Judean Lane, you can see everything. Because it is up on a hill, everything's going uphill. So if the property's here, you put a fence here, you're still gonna see above it. There's really no way to screen it. So I just, I don't know how that's gonna work. And then everything, so they've been breaking the law all this time, operating illegally without business licenses. And so I feel like if you just break the law long enough, you're grandfathered in, and then it's okay. So just now we can just have commercial businesses. It's just been abused. It's like an infestation. They've just come in. I'm not saying the people. I'm just saying the construction, all the noise, is like an infestation, and it's just gotten worse and worse and worse and worse over the years. So I just hope that you guys can have a good outcome for us. Just some kind of professional use only, we'd be okay with. Something that's quiet.
Thank you. There's a balance of 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Hi, I'm Janice Ducklove. I just wanted to clarify, the original Weatherby office was a nice law office, and he did start getting RVs in the back, and we couldn't hear all the noise until later. And my neighbor, she was a good friend. Her parents lived there back in the early 70s, or maybe the late 60s. But actually, we had a meeting with Mr. Weatherby, and he put that tall pretend fence, tennis court fence, whatever you want to call that, that people kind of laugh at, but it was better than nothing. And he promised that he would be getting rid of all these things, and he was supposed to be selling the RVs. And then little by little, right behind his putting up that monster thing, then there was the welder and all these other people. They just started, he said he was going to get rid of the illegal businesses. And then all of a sudden it was noisy, and it got worse and worse. So it wasn't just like way back. It was like little by little, and it's just gotten really bad. I think she moved because of the noise and Mr. Weatherby's promises. So that was about 6
Ma'am,
or 7
sorry,
years ago.
the time's up.
So anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll turn things over to the commissioner.
Thank you. Again, this was a result of code enforcement violations, businesses operating without a license, and as you can see from the photos, a definite eyesore, especially for the neighbors that you just heard from. I can call Yolissa up to give us background, but I don't see any improvement from the original. I don't see where they've cleaned up anything at all. When was the last time you were out there that they, from the original citations?
Good morning. An officer inspected the property yesterday, and during that time frame, the officer observed a large pile of tree debris and also some storage items and heavy equipment at the property. As of yesterday, the property is still in violation.
Yeah, so.
There's also a lot of weeds around the property. It looks poorly maintained.
It's still a mess. Thank you.
I have a quick question. How far back do the violations go for this particular owner, or even also for the property?
For this particular parcel, this case opened up in 2023, but they've had prior cases. between all the parcels.
Do you know how far back?
If I can recall, it's like 2020. It could have been before then. I can double check. I have my computer.
Okay.
But they've been operating here, someone said for 20 years. I don't know if that's accurate, but there's several businesses on the site, on the 3 acre site, that are operating and have been until we got complaints. So I don't know if it's become more intense and the reason that the neighbors were complaining, but I believe Ms. Love said that, you know, when it was owned by the previous owner, it wasn't like this.
Yes, we've, for the type of business that they're operating, they need rezoning, and they can't get a business license until the property is rezoned, so they're operating without business license.
Right. Okay. I think Ms. Gambrell has something to ask.
I have a follow-up question, and I'm not sure if it's you or if Jessica Gwynn, yes, she is still here. When was the last time an owner who was doing business on this property had a license?
I can't
Because
answer.
that was one of the things that was brought up, that they didn't have a business license. But if this has been here for 20 years, when was the last time an active business license was on this site?
I can't answer that question because that's a business license question, but I can look into it and see if they ever had one. But if they didn't, we're not going to see it because they were operating without the license.
So the current business that is on there does not have a license?
No, ma'am.
And how long have they been on the site that we're aware of?
I'm not sure about that.
Not sure, okay.
But at least a minimum of a year, because the code violations go back to 23, so at least a minimum, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I know you said they're still in violation of all of the findings from before that you submitted in. Has there been any attempt for improvement by this business owner at all? Like conversation, plan, timeline, something?
There is no compliance because of the type of business that they're trying to operate there completely needs rezoning.
Right.
So we're still going to see the outside storage. We're still going to see the heavy equipment. Their operations are still going to go as function until there's a decision made here.
Right, right. I was just curious if there had been any kind of cleanup at all, because like from the pictures I've seen, there hasn't been any, but I don't know the before and after, so. Okay, thank you.
What we saw in the pictures from opposition look better than what we see on the screen right now. That doesn't necessarily mean, as code enforcement share, that they're any more compliant. This is a residential zoning.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily talking about the bar of compliance, I'm referring to the bar of improvement, which.
Is irrelevant.
Right.
I mean, the bare minimum is not being done of keeping weeds off the property. There's overgrown weeds on the property. As of yesterday, this is added. This wasn't here when the officer went before. There's tree debris on the property.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about other cases, prior cases where knowing that there was going to be an attempt to get a rezoning, there was at least some attempt to.
show goodwill.
Yes.
I
Again,
agree.
if you, again, what we see on the screen here today looks bad compared to what was shown by opposition, which looks to be as they did to me, they looked like they attempted to clean up. I mean, things were neatly in rows, at least neater compared to what I see here. But again, it's hard to compare bad to worse when neither activity is appropriate for the site. Commissioner Gambrell.
I have a follow-up question, but it'll be for John Peterson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elise.
So we've had testimony that a business has been operating here for 20 years, even though it's residentially zoned. Can you can you explain how that has been happening for 20 years? Is it something that was happened and was grandfathered? Can you explain how a business was functioning at this property under a residential use?
Sure. You know, as far as the occupational tax, you know, zoning does play a part in signing off on those when they do come in to be reviewed and approved. You know, based on what I've heard from both sides of this case, what you see on the screen here has kind of evolved over time from a very low intensity use to a pretty intense use. And, you know, as far as zoning goes, I'm not aware of any business licenses, but, you know, that's not really my ball of wax. But I do know when we get them, we review them, and if we would have seen this, we wouldn't have signed off on this.
So even if this property had been used and it was under the grandfather clause that we have, the grandfather clause would still not be applicable because they have let their business license expire.
That's right. And this is not grandfathered by far.
Yeah.
I understand, but it's one of those things I think we need to get on the record
Okay.
of the how we got here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
All right. Does anybody have anything else?
You've been very patient, Commissioner.
No, I'm good. Okay, so you've seen what a mess this is, and I don't know how the neighbors behind there have lived with this for this long, but it is zoned R20, but it isn't a NAC. So rather than deny it, I think it has some use as under NRC, but no special contractor. And my issue is, well, the junk that you see and the mess that it is, but also there's more than one business here, and they're operating without a license. That's why they're in for zoning, but how long they've been doing this and impacting especially the neighbors that you heard from today, it doesn't belong here. So I'm ready to make a motion to approve Z52 with deletion to NRC for professional offices and retail only, no specialty contractor use, subject to the following. The Planning Commission recommendations and for prohibited uses from their June 4th meeting, prohibited uses and conditions 1 through 17. No outside storage, all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict, and the landscape plan and fencing to be approved by county arborist and district commissioner. And all currently parked cars, RVs, boats, heavy machinery, dump trucks, tires, containers, slide-off containers to be removed from the site, and all operations to come into compliance within 60 days. And that's my motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any additional comments?
Yeah, just a quick question, and forgive me if you mentioned this cleaning up the site with the debris. Did you?
Yeah, and they have to come into
Clean.
compliance within 60
Okay.
days
All right, thanks.
of removing all that.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Gamble?
And then, just for clarification, are we going to require a buffer to be installed for the next use? Since we're approving it to NRC? I know we're not approving it site plan specific because there's no use, but are we going to require that the next owner or next use be required to put in a buffer? And if so, will we make the buffer requirements?
That's part of the landscaping in the buffer. And that's number 15 in Planning Commission's
And is that the
recommendation.
same as we applied to the previous case? The 40 feet and then with the fence to be installed at the front of the buffer instead of the rear? I'm just looking
Yeah,
for some.
rear buffer shall be 40 feet from the rear property line.
Okay, and then we also have a fence like we did in the other case. Okay.
Well, and that's got to come back to show, to get approved by the county arborist with the landscape and buffer plan and the district commissioner.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, I didn't read out all these conditions and from planning commission, but, I mean, the clerk has them in print.
Just one thing I'd like to note, Commissioner, that there's concern about chemicals that have been entering the stream that's near the property. And I would like to check with staff what can be done to do some type of testing of that material.
All right, and that's number 17 in the
Yes.
planning commission.
Yes,
Okay.
as Commissioner Burrow said, that is number 17 in the Planning Commission minutes that she made part of her motion.
Okay, who does that testing?
It says
Where? I have it.
random surface.
Yeah, I have it in front of me.
Soil testing shall be performed within 60 days from BOC approval, and any petroleum or chemical pollutants found to be removed in compliance with federal and state rules.
Who does that testing?
They're going to have
They
to hire
have
some
to.
type of environmental engineering company that specializes in taking care of these kind of chemical spills.
So the applicant is responsible.
Right.
The applicant's responsible. I'm sure if they talk to the Stormwater Management Division, they can give them some names and numbers of some companies that do that.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll have to perform that, pay to pay.
So it's the Stormwater Department, they're the ones that will oversee that testing.
No, it's going to be a private firm that does the testing.
Once they get the test results, then what happens with the test results?
Well, if the test results reveal that there's pollutants in certain parts of the site, they're going to dig that out and dispose of it.
Who do they submit that to, so that we are aware?
It's going to be put in the zoning file.
Okay, so they'll submit that to community development, or
Yes.
where they work with Stormwater?
They're going to submit it to community development.
Okay,
And they have to do that within 60 days from today,
okay.
if it's approved. Anything else? We good? You want to call the question?
Yeah, okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Hello and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners meeting this June 18th, 2024. I will turn things over to our zoning manager to prepare us for our next case.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z11 of 2024, Salt Springs LLC, request rezoning from NS to LI for an office and warehouse in land lot 35 of the 17th district. The property is located on the west side of Old Floyd Road and on the north side of Center Street. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for Z11, Salt Springs LLC? Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z11? One. Madam Chair, the applicant is not present, and there's one person opposed to this case.
Okay, and matters like this, we usually put a call out to the applicant. Were they here prior? I remember. Well, no, that was for
They were a no-show for the June PC hearing. They were here for the May PC hearing, and we did email him and his contractor last week that they had to be here today.
Okay, Commissioner, what would you like to do?
I'd like to hear from the opposition if you would like to speak. I know that you presented at last month's meeting, but since you're here, I would allow you an opportunity to share comments if you'd like.
Okay. John, for those watching, can you give just a brief summary of this before we hear from opposition? Excuse me, one moment, sir.
Yes, the applicant is asking the rezoning from NS to LI for his plumbing business, and he was here in May, and, I think at that time there was two people who were opposed to that case. The Plan Commission directed him to come up with a stipulation letter and for staff to meet with him after the Plan Commission hearing to kind of talk through the case and kind of give him some pointers on things regarding landscaping, stormwater management, parking, the building, fencing. And we met with the applicant and his contractor the day after the May PC hearing. And, we gave him some suggestions on ways he can improve his application, the way he could improve the property. And he didn't seem very receptive to anything we kind of gave him as to help him get approved.
Okay.
And, he was very frustrated, and, we tried to call him again, have him come in for this hearing, but he is not here.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, we'll hear from opposition.
Okay.
If you can state your name for the record, please.
My name's Steve Young. I represent the Mapleton Improvement Coalition, and we really recommend denial for this. Not that we oppose the business per se. We think, thriving businesses, particularly customer-oriented businesses like plumbing, are a valuable asset for our community, but the implementation at this site is too much to bear. It's very close to the Mapleton Elementary School, the Mapleton Town Square, which is itself undergoing an improvement, for community use, and it's near some development, residential developments. This property really suffers from a high amount of impervious surface. There's nothing to prevent runoff from the dumpsters that end up flowing on other properties. The runoff now flows directly onto the First Baptist Church, which is northeast of the property, excuse me. And there's no effort to improve the look of the building or the appearance to the street. Here are some pictures of the structure as it is right now. As you can see, everything is overgrown. It looks sloppy. The fence itself is unattractive, and of course, the dead vines on it doesn't help the matters either. Again, here's another look. It's very unappealing, unattractive, and particularly for customer-facing businesses, this isn't a good look. And you can see how much paved area there is with no break or anything for drainage. They leave their trucks, which is fine, but again, there's no effort to improve the look of the building. And therefore, we just believe that the way it's being implemented right now, it's just not a good look for the Mabletown Square area. We think that it could be improved by removal of the excess impervious surfaces, a more attractive landscape and fencing plan for a business of this nature. There's a pole sign on the property is not being used, and since it's not being used, it should be removed. The building exterior should come in, look something more attractive, and there's some other outbuildings which are not being used or not being used well that need to be removed. And again, the landscaping needs to be drastically improved. So in absence of any of these improvements, we recommend denial for this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Considering you're the only one here in opposition, I'll turn it over to the commissioner.
Thank you. I had an opportunity to watch the PC hearing, and there were concerns regarding stormwater. I believe this property is about 78.3%. I am going to ask Andrew to come up just for verification on something for me. According to the applicant's testimony, he communicated that he had no option, or there were no options available with respect to stormwater, but he did mention that stormwater recommended that the water flows to the Baptist church property. But I just want a little clarification from you. I know also that you met with the applicant the day after the May hearing, along with Peterson and others, and I'm just curious to know if there were any recommendations with respect to reducing the impervious surface.
Yes, it seems that the site is over its maximum impervious surface, and when we met with zoning and the applicant after the last planning commission meeting, we recommended, or provided some alternatives to that, one being to just simply remove some of the impervious area on site, maybe through rearrangement of parking spaces, incorporation of more like landscape islands, something like that in the parking lot, and remove some impervious area. And then if they remove the impervious area down to the maximum, we would consider that to be done and in compliance. I don't think they were really receptive to doing that. I felt like the take that I got from them in our meeting is that they felt like they needed every square inch that they had on site. And so they were looking at doing some sort of remediation, we would refer to it as, of capturing some of the runoff and maybe trying to retain some of that on site, get it to infiltrate into the ground. And of course, it will continue. The overall site wants to slope sort of toward the west, northwest, and that is toward the adjacent church property there to the west. And of course, that would continue if they did that. The applicant didn't really seem too receptive to that, partially because of cost involved with it, and maybe just not feeling that they had an opportunity to somehow install something there on the site. But we provided those alternatives to them, and they just didn't seem to be receptive to either of those options. So that's kind of where we left it. And since that time, we haven't heard any further from them. So.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Yeah, it's just a little unfortunate. I was really hoping that he would be here today to answer a few questions that I have for him, but just based on his feedback and his lack of willingness to bring his property into compliance, is a little concerning for me. At this particular location, there is a Mabletown Elementary School in close proximity, also a newly zoned residential property in close proximity. So the area is definitely on an upward trend in terms of development. And it's always my hope that our business partners would bring their properties into compliance and care as much about our communities as we do, but unfortunately, that's not the feel that I received from this applicant when I reviewed the Planning Commission recording. So with that, Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion. I make a motion that Z11-2024 is denied.
Second.
Thank you.
And
Yes, discussion.
just a question.
Yeah.
Do they have a certain date to come into compliance?
Let me allow you, Lisa, I will ask if there are any outstanding code violations for this property, if you would approach.
We don't have any active cases at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So at this point, to answer your question, Commissioner, it would be on code enforcement moving forward.
The business that's operating there isn't zoned properly, so would they have to cease operations, or?
Well, if there's a citation that was issued as a result of that, then that would be handled through the normal process through that. All you're dealing with today is just the property and the zoning application itself.
Commissioner Richardson.
And this is perhaps, if the applicant were here, it would have helped kind of contextualize what's happening, but how did this case appear? Like, how did this come across? Is this because it's an operating business, or I don't know how long they've been operating, and now they're asking for the zoning change so they can continue to operate, or?
Yeah, this particular applicant has been there for just a year, but John, if you want to add a little bit more information.
Yeah, I believe he got to this point by trying to get a permit to do some renovations to the property. And some of those renovations, including a handicap ramp and installing some parking spaces and some other small things. And that's when we caught him at the front counter, that he could not have this business at this location.
I see. And so I guess for him to get the business there in the first place, was that just, is there an, well, I guess, I don't know if we have anyone from staff who can answer, like, is there an active business license, or?
I have no idea, Commissioner, if there's an active business license.
Yeah, there's an active business license. Again, he's been here for a year now. I don't know what was there before then and before this came before us, but this business has been there, or this location has been there operating this type of business greater or longer than this person has been there.
Thank you. It just seems like a strange case.
That's a good question. So the business license process should trigger a review of the underlying zoning, correct?
Well, it all depends on what he put on his license. You know, if he put there was a contractor there before, then it may not get picked up.
I see. Okay, thanks for sharing that. Okay, any other questions?
And does Salt Springs own this property, or are they leasing the property?
They own it.
They do own
They
it.
bought it last August, I believe.
Yeah, for all of those aspiring business owners out there, please check the underlying zoning. It's a costly, I mean, we chuckle, but it is costly and detrimental for a number of businesses when they don't do that, do diligence on their property. Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Sheffield, you have a motion and a second. Is there any additional discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z18 of 2024. SUG Real Estate LLC request a rezoning from GC to LI for a contractor, and that is a specialized contractor in land lot 733 of the 16th district. The property is located on the east side of Kent Road, north of Dorsey Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z18? One. Okay, let the record show there's one person opposed to rezoning case Z18. All those who wish to address the board for or against the application, please come forward to be sworn in.
Busy day for Canton Road.
And just to, anyone in support? John?
Is there anyone here in support of rezoning case Z18?
The owner, Carson Gibson, is here. Carson, why don't you stand up? Wave.
There's one person in support, one person opposed.
Pun intended. stand up, so you can see the applicants.
He is a stand-up guy.
All right, he is a stand-up guy. All right. Whenever you're ready, Adam.
All you do is point.
All I do is point.
That's their commercial.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were saying that's what I've been doing all morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, Board. I'm Adam Rosen with Rosen, and Riley. I'm here this morning on behalf of SUG Real Estate, LLC, and Z18 and their application for rezoning. Carson Gibson is one of the owners of the company, and obviously the board knows of stand-up guys in the company and hopefully learn a little bit more about them this morning, but he is one of the owners, and you'll even see him in some of the marketing materials. He was there to start in the beginning of things, to even be one of those folks. He is a Cobb County native, still lives close, Pope High School, then like me went to Alabama, saved himself a little bit with Tar Heel Blue, but he and his family have been here, and he's invested in having a good business here in Cobb County. This location was previously in the city of Marietta. They did go through the zoning process there. They were approved for their location there on what is Seminole, but close to Franklin Road there, and Fairground Road, I'm sorry, and then moved their location here. So they did try to do a little bit better than some of what we've talked about this morning, and looking at the zoning to see its appropriateness. In this case, not entirely there because it was general commercial and a neighborhood activity center, but he did, with good intention, try to go through picking out a good location and one that met and would be appropriate and would meet the zoning requirements. And unfortunately not completely there, and that's why we're here asking to rezone from the property as general commercial. Originally, we asked for light industrial with a special land use permit. We have asked to allow it to be deleted to neighborhood retail commercial instead of light industrial, and we have withdrawn the special land use permit request. That is shown in our May 28th stipulation letter, and this was recommended for approval, very, very closely aligned with our stipulation letter from the Planning Commission 2 weeks ago. There's a few properties that are like this that are right at the intersection of Canton Road and Canton Road Connector. This is kind of an aerial to show you where the property is, but also to see what's around this property. We're right there, right where that corner comes together at that interchange. East of the property immediately is a railroad track, CSX Railroad. On the other side of the rail line is the Dorsey Road Industrial Park that's there. Lumber businesses, plenty of mixture of industrial there on that side. The closest residential to our property is shown here, a little over 400 feet on the other side of that industrial property. West of Canton Road, a number of businesses that front along Canton Road, of course, and I've got a couple of pictures we'll show you to have a perspective of what our view is like across the street. We are in that neighborhood activity center along Canton Road that we talked about earlier, with a mixture of industrial and commercial uses that have existed over time. And this strip where we are, properties that are zoned general commercial. This aerial was prior to this current owner and applicant, and they do own the property. This was taken prior to them occupying the property. This is a little more indicative of what it looked like before they took over the property, including this building picture. This was a landscape company that operated here for some time. This was the condition of the building at the time. This is what it looks like now. So they have taken the time and attention to do well by the property. This is another case that generated, or at least partly generated through code enforcement because of the zoning being inappropriate. But they have done, I think, a lot to improve the property, certainly from where it was, and to try to operate in a way that that is something that we can be proud of and acceptable here, considering the area on Canton Road that it is. A couple of other views. This is taken at the end of a business day. I wanted you to see kind of a perspective of what it looks like at the end of the day. Like the case before, this is a smaller scale operation at this location. Stand Up Guys has multiple locations, not only in Georgia, but in other states. But their specific locations don't operate on a large scale. So this smaller property in this smaller area is appropriate for what they need, is enough room for what they need to be able to park all of the trucks and the roll-off containers on site, and to be all within the screened fencing that protects the visibility from Canton Road. So to the right is the parking area that if this was during the day, you'd see the employees parked in. And then behind the screen fencing is where the trucks are parked at the end of the day. Their business is not construction debris roll-off. These are home roll-off. So you're moving, you're throwing away a couch, chairs, things like that, not home trash. Furniture is a lot of what they're moving. So they bring a roll-off to your house. The homeowner can choose to do that work themselves, or they can have stand-up guys do the removal work themselves. These containers are then picked up from the homeowner's house, taken to the dump, and brought back here overnight. The concern has been in those instances, like we always hear about with this business or a landscape company or a tree company, those times when they're unable to get to the dump and they have to bring stuff back to the property, that typically the Cobb County considers to be a transfer station. I looked at the definition of a transfer station and the transportation of those items from one vehicle to another. And we thought, well, if there are any times where we bring anything back to the property, it sits in that container and then it goes to the dump the next day. So we withdrew the SLUP application, but then we went another step further and decided that even if we don't think we're really a transfer station, it's not desirable for us to bring things back to the property, and arguably is a transfer station. So we've changed hours of operation so that the hours will make sure that by the end of the day, these trucks get to the dump so that they can unload their containers before the end of the day. So they've taken steps to get there, to change the operation so that it is not even close to being considered a transfer station. So what we've brought the application down to is, like before, neighborhood retail commercial, with the exception for them as a contractor, so that they can have their trucks in these containers on site, but not asking for a land use permit to be a transfer station. They'll just have to operate within what that requires. And so that's the request, and that's where we've gotten to, and that allows them to operate their business. I've been there, I've seen the changes that he's made, I've seen the schedule within the office where they've changed from having a last shift at the last hours of the day to moving it earlier in the day. So they've taken those efforts to change so that they don't have those problems of not being able to get to the dump on time. These are a couple pictures from around the property just to show you what's next to us. And this is this is the old Canton at the interchange that is not visible. This is our neighbor though, not visible on the main section of Canton Road. This is on our property looking north on Canton Road and then looking back south. And part of the purpose to show you these is this is another one where we do not have sidewalk connectivity. And in this case, we have, it's more sloped than it looks in this picture, but we have an issue with the topography there. You'd have to build a wall to put a sidewalk in. So we've asked to waive sidewalks here. That is our request. I understand that there may be a consideration to have fee in lieu of instead of sidewalk. We would certainly at least ask for that, but our request is to waive sidewalk. There's no connectivity of sidewalk for a number of lots, properties either way, north and south. We're at an interchange, which is essentially a side of a highway. We don't think it's appropriate for sidewalk. And the difficulty of the utilities up and down both directions, there's lots of reasons why we believe that waiving the sidewalk requirement is appropriate, and since there is no appropriate sidewalk need here, shouldn't be a fee in lieu, but we'll obviously leave that up to the board. There was some concern about a restaurant across the street and how we would impact their operations. This is our view across the street. We believe that operating at this small scale behind the fence that is screened is not something that will impact anyone around us. There's certainly no residents that it's impacting. So we would ask that you follow our recommendation in our stipulation letter of May 28th for special contractor at NRC and allow this good business to operate. Thank you.
We'll now hear from opposition.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Carol Brown with Canton Road Neighbors. I believe that the Planning Commission motion did cover most of the points of our concern, but once again, we do appreciate that they've done a nice job of renovating that old building. It looks very nice. I think the primary concern here is with, even though the SLUP is gone, I know that I've been by the site a number of times, and you see the trucks behind the fence with their truck beds stacked full of stuff. It may not be garbage, but it's still stuff, and it may sit there for a day or two or three. And, you know, we welcome the rezoning, we welcome the nice renovation of the house, but I think that anything that's going to allow debris or stuff, junk, whatever it is, to come back to the site and potentially sit there and be visible from the road is a real step backwards from what we've been trying to do, and it sort of adds to the challenges we face on Canton Road. Certainly the NRC is appropriate for contractor, for the parking of their trucks, but we just want to ensure. And once again, it's going to require more community vigilance. Things are going to stack up if there aren't strong stipulations. You know, the public will have to access code enforcement. We just want to make sure that this doesn't become a de facto transfer station without the proper permit. So, and I acknowledge that sidewalks are not going to be a possibility, although there are pedestrians that go through there and people pushing a bike. And the fact that there aren't any shouldn't waive the required or suggested fee in lieu. Everybody else has built them. And I'll leave it there, but we are basically comfortable with the Planning Commission recommendation, and if you can just address our concerns, we would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't believe there was anyone else in opposition, so I'll turn things over to the District Commissioner.
Thank you. Lahia, can you come up? We're getting our work out today on Canton Road cases.
Yes. Good morning, Ligia Florem, DOT.
I know the picture, as Mr. Rosen pointed out, doesn't show the slope, the drop-off. And when I was out there, there's utility poles that would be affected by sidewalks. And I think you told me the nearest sidewalk is 300 feet north?
It's 2 parcels away north, on the north. So it's about 200 feet.
200 feet?
From
Okay.
this property.
Okay, so there's no connectivity, and it is kind of where the road forks, so it's like an access road,
Yes.
which is their driveway to turn in. So I am recommending a fee in lieu of.
Yes, and that would be appropriate. That's concurrent with our comments.
Okay.
It's open redevelopment, and fee in lieu would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yulisa, it's your turn. You're getting a workout today, too. For the record, I'd like to submit the most recent code enforcement report and pictures from yesterday to the clerk, and I'm going to ask you to elaborate, but this has been cleaned up from what it initially was, and I know the house that's there, the existing house that you saw that will be used as an office, has been painted. And it does look very nice. So yesterday, when Officer Roberts went out, the report says there was no litter, no debris, and everything was pretty much cleaned up from what it was.
Yes, sir.
So, a big difference from the other cases we maybe have heard today. Do you have anything to add for that, from that?
No, ma'am, the property's well maintained. They did a great job, and we're definitely in support as well.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Rosen, can you come back up? Also, yesterday, your applicant has agreed, or maybe has already changed their operating hours so that they don't have anything to come back to the site from their collection, their loads during the day?
That was discussed with your district planning commissioner, and at that time, agreed to by them. I think I even included adjusting hours in my letter, if I didn't, but either way, yes, that's something that they're willing to do, and I think have already implemented it. Obviously, takes some time to actually put into motion, but it's been done.
Planning Commission had Monday through Saturday, 7 to 6 p.m., and closed on Sunday. I'm recommending and want to make sure you are agreeable to that, or your client's agreeable to 7 to 3 Monday through Friday and 8 to noon on Saturday and no Sunday.
I don't know the Saturday hours. I know that I believe that even though they have changed their hours for the shifts so that they are ensuring that when, say, a customer calls and says, I'm ready for this to be picked up, if it's too late in the day, they will say no, whereas before they had a later afternoon shift. They've moved that, but if they are required to close at 3, I don't think that would give them the ability to, say, go do their 3 o'clock shift, take it to the dump, and then come back to the office. So we've changed the hours so that we ensure that nothing's brought back here, but I don't think that the office can be closed by 3, if that makes sense.
I see what you're saying, but I'm talking about the operations. The office, really, they can go into the office anytime and
Sure,
do
that's
paperwork or whatever.
And so I have that they shall adjust their hours to facilitate that in number 6, but to specifically put a time on something is fine. I just want to make sure that they can still say, if they do that last job at 3 o'clock and they're driving their truck back from the dump at 4, they can park their truck at the office location and go inside and clock out and leave, and it'd be after 3. As long as that's the intention, is just to limit the hours of the pickups at 3 o'clock, I think that is fine.
Okay, how am I going to word that then?
Commissioner Sheffield?
I have a question. What are the hours for the employees?
You want to?
Yeah,
Come up
you
and-
need to come up and get sworn in.
Just
Yes.
right there. So the hours for Saturday would be, instead of 7 to 6, Monday through Saturday, the Saturday hours would be until 12. And then just help
Yeah,
explain
Saturday.
what the
Yes.
employee hours are.
Most landfills close at noon on Saturday.
They do. And
So-
as far as Monday through Friday, he is.
I'm
being
sorry, sir,
correct.
would you just state your name for the record?
Carson Gibson with Stand Up Guys. He is correct with the operating hours, with the jobs from our last slot being 1 to 3. So that does give us time to go to the transfer station, dump the stuff, and come back empty. So as far as operating until 3, that would be kind of difficult. So making our last time slot for the jobs is earlier in the day allows us to come back empty. And for Saturdays, yes, the dumps do close at noon, except for Cobb County, who's open till, I believe, 4 o'clock on Saturdays.
Okay.
Commissioner, if I may add something. It seems as if your hours for jobs are a little bit more of an internal oversight matter. I think what's most important is that there's no junk stored on the property. How you manage that, if it's in compliance with being an office, I don't think there's any concern with the office being open within reasonable amount of time. The issue is seeing the junk. Is there a provision in any of the letters that just says no junk is to be stored or brought on, not even just stored, no junk is to be brought on or stored onto the property?
Yeah, there's a step for that.
Yeah, I mean, then I think that kind of can cover the base if you're
We
not.
included transfer station. I think the planning commission's recommendation includes specifically saying nothing to be brought back to the site.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I mean, if
Yeah,
that's the
no
case,
junk or
then
debris to be brought back.
us regulating how people are going to
Right.
drive and get to places, I personally think that's for your internal management or leadership to determine. For us, we just don't want to see what's
Right.
inside
And-
the,
2 to 4 before?
the,
Yes, the last shift was 2 to 4, now it's 1 to 3, so that.
okay.
And that was part of the
Commissioner
reason I asked the question about the employees' hours. If you can answer that, and then I'll share another comment.
Yeah, they clock in 6:45, 7 o'clock, and then usually up until the last job is, which from 1 to 3, now they're usually getting off between 3 and 4 o'clock, just depending on lines at the
Because-
transfer station.
Okay, because my other concern with closing at 3 is if there are any long lines at the waste station that may push your time beyond 3 o'clock. I just want to be sensitive to that also.
Yeah, like the hours of operation, that's what, like our time slots for our jobs to go to the customers is 1 to 3. So we show up there between 1 and 3. What we do after that allows us to get to the transfer stations and come back empty. So I guess the hours of operation need to be, it will be past 3.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we probably need to leave it what the planning commission had. And then just stipulate nothing come back in the trucks or containers.
Yeah, like,
They have to be completely empty.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, and it will be internal. We'll
Yeah,
just make it
because
happen.
I was referring to the collection with the vehicle, the trucks and the equipment on site, not your office hours.
Okay. So I probably confused that, but that's.
I appreciate you wanting to assure us of how you're going to make it happen.
Right.
It's just, if you already are compliant with the other provision of not bringing, I don't know, matter, whatever is included in the dumpster on site, then you are, to me, meeting the interest of the
Yeah.
community. Commissioner Gambrell.
John, or let me know who can answer this question. What are the transfer station hours currently?
At Cobb County? Because there are other private ones that they may be using.
Right, but kind of where I'm going with this is if the community doesn't want trucks to come back full, that means they have to be emptied. So we want to be able to give them the time to go get the equipment, get to the transfer station and drop it. So if our transfer station doesn't close till, let's say, 8 o'clock at night, and again, I don't know what time we close. To me, we just need to stipulate that no truck should enter the property after 9 or 10 o'clock. Not necessarily when he needs to close his business, but when trucks can enter, because we've already got the time that they can't start before 7, and that's covered by the noise ordinance.
Yeah.
So the question is do we let the noise ordinance drive trucks being returned, or do we stipulate when trucks are returned, so that way he can go and empty the trucks and be in compliance with the no storage overnight?
Okay. Well, Planning Commission recommended hours of operation Monday through Saturday, 7 to 6, and closed on Sunday. So I'll just leave that as is. But you are committed to changing your schedule so that their last pickup is between 1 to 3, so that they do have time to get back by 6 o'clock. So I think that will work, to leave what the Planning Commission recommended. And then the additional step with no outdoor storage, no heavy equipment over 12,500 pounds, no junk or debris to be brought back on to the site. So I'll just leave the hours of operation. Are you good with 7 to 6 as far as office? Okay.
Yes.
And I appreciate y'all bringing that up, because I was concerned with the trucks being able to get back empty. So they'll have to, or you're taking it to your house, right?
That'll be another code issue.
No, he's in Cherokee County.
Okay, we'll let Cherokee deal with it.
We'll let them worry.
Okay. Well, I do appreciate what you've done to the site to clean it up. And like Ms. Brown said, I too have seen dumpsters on the site with debris sticking up out over, that was left there. And I'm on Canton Road every day. Ms. Brown's on Canton Road every day. So we'll be calling you, Alyssa, if we do see a violation. So, okay.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yeah, I just had a quick question for John, and whether or not the elevation complies with the Canton Road design guidelines.
The what?
Canton Road design guidelines. What complies? The elevations.
Yes, and I believe that the house does comply. It has a brick foundation and then a siding on the exterior of the house. So I think it does, but one thing to keep in mind is this house was built prior to those standards that were adopted in 2005.
So he would be grandfathered, although he's coming in from the zoning application?
Yeah, he would, but I believe the house, it does meet it. It's been upgraded. It looks good. It's probably one of the better looking buildings in this section of Canton Road.
I was just curious. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, so I'm ready to make a motion. My motion is to approve Z18 with deletion to NRC for specialty contractor use, subject to prohibited uses listed in Mr. Rosen's letter dated 5/28/24, and Planning Commission prohibited uses and conditions in the minutes from their June 24th meeting, prohibited uses and conditions numbers 1 through 14. No heavy equipment over 12,500 pounds. No outdoor storage. Employee parking to be paved and striped, or striped, it is paved. Work areas to be paved. Fee in lieu of sidewalks to be paid within 90 days of zoning approval. Limit dumpster on site to 6 yard for office use only, office waste only. Fence should be completely screened. No junk or debris to be brought back to the site. No promotional yard signs within the public right-of-way. Hours of operation, as recommended by the Planning Commission, Monday through Saturday, 7 to 6, and closed on Sunday. And all planning commission staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Second. Okay, is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, next case is LEP 14 of 2024. Flora Esmeralda Gonzalez requests a temporary land use permit to allow more vehicles than the code allows in land lot 55 of the 20th district. The property is located on the south side of Hickory Cove, west of Hickory Chase. Is the applicant present? The direction of the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 14? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. My name is Lauren Otero, and I'm going to be translating for Flora Gonzalez.
Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Flora González y estoy aquí para solicitar más parqueo para parquear mis vehículos.
Good morning, my name is Flora Gonzalez, and I'm here to request more parking spots for my vehicles.
Somos una familia de 4 y trabajamos en construcción, hacemos construcción y tenemos los vehículos personales y 2 vanes para hacer el trabajo de construcción.
We are a family of 4. We are doing a construction business, and we have 4 personal vehicles, and we have 2 vans for work and 2 vehicles for work.
Y esa es la razón por la que estoy aquí esta mañana para solicitar si puede extender o hacer mi permiso para mis vehículos.
And that's the reason that I'm here today, to see if I can extend that or I can stay with that to be able to park those vehicles.
Okay, thank you. Does that conclude your presentation for today?
¿Eso concluye tu presentación el día de hoy?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias.
Considering there's no opposition, I'll turn things over to our district commissioner.
Okay, and I'd like to ask the applicant a couple questions before I call Yolissa up. So the 4 family members,
Entonces, 4 miembros de la familia.
are they all in the same construction business?
I'm sorry?
So you said there was 4 members to the family,
Son 4 miembros de la familia, correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
and then there's a total of 4 vehicles needed for, and I thought you said a construction company?
¿Se necesitan 4 vehículos para la construcción?
Sí.
Yes.
So each of the members living in the home drives one of the construction vehicles or work vehicles?
Cada una de las personas que viven en su casa maneja un vehículo para lo de la construcción?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a garage?
Do you have?
A garage, attached
¿Tienes un
garage?
garaje?
Sí.
Yeah, she does.
How many cars can be parked in the attached garage?
¿Cuántos vehículos pueden parquearse dentro del garaje?
Uno.
Just one.
Just, is it only built for one, or is it a 2-car garage?
¿Es un garaje para 2 vehículos o solo se le puede meter un vehículo?
Un vehículo.
Just one vehicle can be in.
Okay, so it was constructed as only a 1-car garage?
Solo se construyó para un vehículo, solo le cabe un vehículo.
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Esas son todas. Any other questions?
Does anybody else? Okay.
No más preguntas.
Thank you.
If I can call Yolissa up, please.
Yolisa Foster, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Yolissa, if you can kind of give us a background of this case, please.
We received a complaint on February 15th, 2024. It stated that they have made a gravel driveway. 3 pickup trucks are parked right against the caller's fence. The caller also mentioned that the owners combined the driveways and added additional vehicles that are being parked there. The officer went out to the property and issued a notice of violation for single-family dwelling, along with one for the impervious surface, and they also got one for parking standards. They added a second driveway that wasn't approved by DOT and poured the gravel. They're parking vehicles on gravel, which is a violation. If they pave that second driveway, they're gonna be over the impervious surface that's allowed.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Yolissa?
Oh, no. Well, can you confirm whether or not it's a 1 or 2 car garage? Because I just Googled the address and it's showing as a 2-car garage.
I am
Do
honestly
you recall
not sure.
Okay.
The other thing too was during their presentation, they also mentioned another violation. They're in violation of customary home occupation. Under the ordinance, it states that you're allowed to have 1 business vehicle under 12,500 pounds. No employees and no business equipment is allowed.
Excuse me, Yolissa, what kind of work vehicles are being parked there? Are there multiple vehicles over that weight limit?
Work vehicles, you can have 1, but like, let's say if it has the logo of the business on it, and you have 2 that have a business logo on it, then that's a violation. Okay. Also, if you have a vehicle that's over 12,500 pound weight limit gross.
I see.
And if they have a vehicle over 12,500 pounds gross weight, is that allowed or is it not allowed?
That's a violation of customary home occupation.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Yolissa, from looking at what's on the screen, it looks as if the second driveway has been poured. Is that gravel that we're seeing, or is that a poured concrete driveway?
It's gravel.
Okay. It looks good for gravel.
The property was last inspected on June 15th, and the officer documented that he observed 1 vehicle parked on a gravel driveway.
Okay.
And Chair, the gravel driveway is on the other side of the property from the paved driveway. It's on the eastern property line.
What is, and,
Okay.
and it was upon looking at this carefully, the application does not reflect what they're actually asking for, because they have done a second driveway, and we do have a photo of that in our packet in case you don't see this. But on this, it would be on our right-hand side. You can see a fence, and they have essentially constructed a driveway of gravel along here.
Okay. I see.
So are we, looking at the picture on the left side here, are we saying there are 3 driveways, 2 paved ones and 1 gravel?
There's 1 giant concrete driveway on the left-hand side of the photo, and then the gravel one's on the right-hand side of the photo. It's not shown in this picture.
Right, left and right, are we talking about the left picture? Because I have two images here. And I'm trying to look at the house on the left because
Okay,
it's
I see what
easier,
you're- I
yes,
see what
it's
you're saying
easier
now.
to see
Okay,
the
the
front view.
picture on the left, the gravel driveway is not shown on that side of the house yet. That was taken
Okay.
before that was built.
But it would be where that arrow is what you're saying?
Yes.
And so we're really looking at 3
other side.
driveways on this parcel.
They have a lot of driveways.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, Commissioner.
I have a question too. Is this structure where these cars are to the far right, is that another building in addition to the house?
It appears to be a carport.
That's carport, but to go further to the next driveway where the 3 cars are parked, in front of that structure, is that part of this property?
Hey, John Paul, can you put the arrow back? Yeah, right there. That's the carport that I think you're talking about, Commissioner Burrow?
No. Go to the right of the carport.
Okay.
And there's a building in the corner with a white car, a brown.
Oh, that's the next door house.
Okay, so that's not part of this.
No,
property.
that's not part of this.
It looks like it's connected to the driveway though. But, okay, so that's a separate.
That's 1613.
Okay, so, how many, they have some cars in the carport, but they're asking for 8 cars on their application?
Yes, they're asking for 8 cars. They're allowed to have 5 cars total, 4 of which can be outside. And the applicant has stated that they could put 1 inside the garage. And then looks like there's 2 sticking out of the carport.
All right, so they have some work vehicles and some personal vehicles?
Correct.
That's why they need 8 personal and work?
Yes, so they have a total of 8 vehicles, some of which are work vehicles and some are personal vehicles.
Well,
Do we know
if
how
they
many?
don't meet the occupational home office requirements, they can't run the business out of there anyway. So how does that determined? By the weight?
No, it's determined by the number of work vehicles. They're allowed to have 1 under 12,500. And I think she said that she had 3, Yulissa? Or 2?
Work vehicles?
She testified that there were 2, she said 2 vans and then 2 cars, is what I understood, is what they gave in testimony.
For the work vehicles?
For the work vehicles.
Okay.
There were 4 families. John, as far as the carport and then the shed behind it, was that permitted? And the reason why I'm asking that, it's pretty close to the property line.
Okay, and I can check real quick on that. There's not seem to be a permit for those structures.
Can I call the applicant back up, please, for a question and a translator? So from the photo here, we're seeing a 2-car garage, correct? We do have the correct photo of your home?
Dice que en la foto que vemos aquí podemos ver un garaje que fue construido para 2 carros.
Sí, es una storage, donde guardamos cosas.
It's like a car garage, but it's because the van is big. That's for the reason that it can fill just only 1, and they have also like a storage, like where they can put tools.
Okay. And the business that you are running out of your home, do you have a license for it?
¿Tienes una licencia para el negocio que estás desempeñando desde tu casa?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Does any-
I do have a question. The use for the building to the rear of the shed, what is that utilized for?
El negocio para lo que tú estás usando el storage que tienes ahí, ¿para qué es que lo usas?
No, para guardar máquinas y de cortar la grama y todo, toda la herramienta de la casa.
All the tools, like from the house and from the business, I put it in there.
So it's work tools?
It's for tools.
Okay. So for the items that are stored in the garage, is it possible to move that to the storage so another vehicle can fit in the garage?
Lo que ustedes tienen ahí, ¿será posible que lo puedan mover en la parte de atrás de
No,
esa?
sí está movido, los vehículos los parqueo adentro.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she has been moving those. Actually, that's the reason that the only car that he can put is 1 van.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, she has been moving all the tools back to the storage right now. So the only vehicle that she's allowed to put in there is one van because it's kind of big.
Okay. Okay, well, can she fit 2 vehicles in the garage and store the van outside of the garage?
Hay manera de que tú pongas 2 vehículos en ese garaje y dejar una van afuera.
Sí.
Yeah, she can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay.
Well, by code, she's allowed 5 cars?
Yes.
4 outside and,
1 inside. Correct.
but the code by the number of people, she's allowed 5 and she's asking for 8.
5 cars. Yes, she's asking for 8. She's allowed to have 5, 4 of which have to be parked outside and 1 to be
Right.
parked inside.
Did you find out if the shed and was permitted and carport were permitted?
Yeah, I took a real quick look, and there's no permit on the carport, no permit on the shed. It looks like the shed was put in there around 2016, and the carport was put in around 2020.
John, do we know when the driveway was extended from your aerial views? And was that permitted as well?
Well, the driveway doesn't need a permit per se, but it does need to comply with our impervious surface limits for zoning. And it looks like the driveway was extended probably in 2020 also, 2019. So about 2019 is when the driveway was made bigger to its current state.
So are they over the impervious?
Yes.
With just the paved driveways, what, does the gravel count too?
The gravel would count, and according to, I think, stormwater, they're over by a little bit under 2% for impervious.
And I have another question. John, did the applicant live at the property at the time the shed and the carport were installed?
Yes, it looks like the applicant purchased the property about 20 years ago.
Okay, thanks.
Just for clarification, under the code enforcement on the February 22nd inspection date, it has there that 40% of the property is impervious, which is allowed. And then the second driveway is what is throwing them over the impervious percentage.
So when you say 2% over, 35 is the max, so they're 37?
No, it's 40% is the max. This is zoned RA4, RA5.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's zoned differently.
I got you.
And John, did you mention if that included the gravel driveway?
I think, according to the code, I think that includes the gravel driveway. I
Pardon?
believe.
Oh,
According
it
to the
does
code
include
enforcement
it.
paperwork, I think it includes the gravel driveway.
Okay, thanks.
For our applicant, what kind of business are you running from your home? We do Chiroc, drywall, and paint. Okay. How many of the work vehicles at your property are associated with that business?
¿Cuántos vehículos de los que están en tu casa están asociados con ese negocio? 4.
All 4 are associated with that one business.
¿Todos los 4 están asociados con un negocio?
Sí.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
She wants to clarify that all the time those vehicles are at home because sometimes they have to go somewhere else. The workers have to drive them.
Okay.
Not every day they're gonna be in the house.
Okay.
Okay, so you just said the workers are going to drive the vehicles. I was originally under the impression that the family members drove those vehicles to the site. So you're now telling us that you have employees coming to the house to then drive those vehicles?
Que tú les habías dicho que los miembros de la familia no los que manejaban esos vehículos, pero ahora tú les estás diciendo que hay gente que viene y se lleva esos vehículos.
No, nosotros los manejamos y nos juntamos en un lugar y de allí ellos se los llevan.
Okay, just to clarify, we drive those vehicles and we go to a place and we pick up those employees and we go somewhere. Like we meet like in a place and but those vehicles go back home and stay. ¿Segura? Yeah.
Just for clarification, so these are stored vehicles for your business, correct? It's not driven by anybody that resides at the property. So when you take the vehicles, someone from the home drives to pick up the employee, and then what does that person do? Are they driving with the employee to the site? How are they returning back to this property?
Okay, solo para clarificación por parte de ellos. Ellos quieren saber, usted llega y maneja sus vehículos, se ven en un lugar con estas personas y luego ¿qué pasa? ¿Dónde van
Los
ustedes?
voy a dejar a ellos a sus casas. Los voy a dejar al trabajo o me los traigo de nuevo yo. Pero algunas veces ellos voy a dejarlos a ellos en la casa y luego me regreso a la casa. No se los llevan todo el tiempo, sino que yo los dejo ahí y ellos tal vez se los llevan, pero no es para su casa.
Sometimes I drop them, like I drop the vehicle with one person and we split and I go somewhere and then I have to pick up the vehicle and drive back home, or I have to drive with that person when we go like farther. Correct?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't believe we have any other questions for you at this time.
Okay. ¿Quién no tiene más preguntas?
So the testimony that we've been given today does not reflect the application that was being made. I was under the impression that this was just needing more vehicles based on potentially family members living there. I did not realize we were in violation of a customary home occupation guidelines. So I'm going to make a motion, and then I'd like the board's input. I'm going to make a motion to and John, I'll need your help, or Bill, because I want to deny the application, but they would still be able to operate their home occupation from this location. So can I still deny the LUP, but then be able to operate their home business with compliance of one vehicle, or do I need to approve it, acknowledging the home business and then stipulating one business? I'm not quite sure, since the LUP was made for more vehicles, but we're finding out there's this extra component to it.
Okay, say the board goes with your motion to deny it, then they would just have to come into compliance with the county code as far as a customary home occupation. So they're allowed to have one business vehicle and one trailer. So all the other vehicles that are connected to the business would have to be parked somewhere else. And that would take care of the 8 vehicles, I believe, because 3 would have to go away, and then they would be compliant because one's parked inside. If you choose to approve it for a time period, then you could allow the business vehicles to remain for a time period.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so hang with me because I'm having to change the motion that I had. All right, I'm going to make a motion to approve LUP 14 until October 1st. And then hang with me here. For the 8 vehicles, but again, that's only until October 1st. And then by October 1st, the applicant must remove the second driveway, which is also known as the gravel driveway, which, looking on the picture at our screen, just for clarification of the board, is on the left-hand side and is currently not shown on this GIS map. So that gravel driveway would have to be removed, and it would have to be resodded. They would also have to come into zoning and come into compliance with the carport and shed. And then also to verify that they do not exceed the 40% impervious surface with the existing driveway that was installed. Yep, go ahead.
Do we have a motion? Is that a motion, or are you just suggesting that?
That is my motion.
Okay, let's have a second and then
Well,
let's go.
I want to see if Commissioner Richardson has something to add.
Thank you. Is there an interest in compliance on the number of vehicles? Or are you looking at 8 to be full duration? Because and there's, in discussion, I'll ask another clarification, but.
So essentially, I'm going to allow the 8 vehicles until October 1st of 2024, but then they have to come in compliance with the occupational home business, which only requires or allows 1. So I'm giving them until October 1st to essentially find somewhere to put the other 3 vehicles that are associated with the business.
Okay. I will second for discussion.
Thank you.
So I'm thinking if you approve the application, but not for 8, you approve for whatever, like I know you said down to 1, but maybe 2 for the business. And then they have to come into compliance with all of your stipulations in 90 days, unless you're looking to put a limitation even past the October, like, I guess I'm looking at that flexibility, taking the other route and then setting a different compliance standard for the number of vehicles instead.
So the way, and I guess I need clarification from legal.
Oh, sorry, maybe I need to be a little bit closer. Is that better? Okay. Okay, I'll try it one more time, unless you want to just, you guys didn't hear me at all. Okay. Go for it. And then.
So for clarification purposes, in my motion, what I think I did was essentially give them until October 1st of 2024 to have the 8 vehicles. And then as of October 2nd, from my motion that I think, they would then have to go into compliance with code, which would be the up to 5 cars with 4 outside, but then they could only have 1 of the work vehicles, the customary home occupation, on site.
That's correct.
That is clear.
As well as the other, you have some other stipulations as well for them to come into compliance with, which would be regarding the shed, as well as resodding, removing the gravel driveway and resodding it. So.
Yeah, but I was saying instead of it going to the 4 with the 1, if you wanted to do 4 with the 2, considering the spaces and what the need is for the business, because they're going from 4 and 4 to 4 to 1, right? Because the 8 were 4 work vehicles and 4 personal, and in this case, I'm thinking like 4 to 2, And you could do an approval for whatever that, if it's 4-1, then it's 4-1. But if it's 4-2, or whatever flexibility you want there, you can approve it for that number, add your stipulations, and that they have to be compliant by October 1st, as opposed to, but I'm assuming you just want to do the 4-1, so.
And here's my logic behind that.
Go ahead.
Yulissa raised the question if the vehicles are over 12,500 pounds. And again, code only allows one. Okay, so I don't want to approve more than one. Because again, we start damaging the roadways. This is a subdivision. It tends to degrade, and then we get calls for resurfacing. My thoughts here is by coming in compliance with code, they are allowed 5 vehicles. If 4 of them are personal, they could technically keep one of the businesses as their 5th vehicle and then have their one occupational home and be in compliance with code then.
Okay.
So that was kind of my logic behind that.
Okay.
So in a sense, they would have to get rid of 2 vehicles, and my guesstimation based on testimony, it would be the ones that are over the weight limits that are required.
Okay, because the other way is, it is kind of a denial, and then you're asking for until October 1st to come into compliance.
Right, but I felt if I denied it, then I could not put the stipulations to remove the gravel driveway and then also bring the rest of the property in compliance.
Clear. Thank you.
John, did you want to weigh in?
And I just want to clarify one thing regarding the shed and the carport coming into compliance by October 1st. You know, there's 2 ways that they could do that. They could either tear them down, or they could apply for a zoning variance and have the BZA approve a variance for the accessory structures. So would it be your wish for either one, or for one or the other?
I would like them to have to go through BZA.
Okay, so they have an opportunity to go through BZA.
An opportunity to go through BZA, yeah.
All right, and we'll explain that to them.
Okay, thank you.
So are any of the work vehicles over 12,500 pounds? Is a van 12,500 pounds?
We can call the applicant back up here, but it's my understanding that they're just standard work vans and trucks, so they're probably not over 12,500.
Okay. But I see where you're going with by code, they're allowed 5 vehicles based on the square footage of the house. So that's why you're saying one work vehicle, whether it's under 12,500 or not.
Or a 12,500 pound vehicle,
Yeah.
because, you know, this
that is
vehicle
allowed.
that we see parked here, this truck that is parked here now, I'm not sure, you know, what that is potentially rated as. That is why I made the motion like that. And then they also made the statement under testimony that they could only park one of the vehicles in the garage because of its size, which again makes me wonder if we're exceeding the weight limit there, but we don't know.
Okay.
So to verify
Still
with,
5, total of 5, 1 inside and 4 outside.
right, and then they would be allowed 1 for their occupational home business.
Okay.
So with the clerk, before I have my motion seconded, are you clear with what I'm doing? I will try, because I didn't have this written out. So essentially, we're going to approve LUP 14 to October 1st of 2024. At that time, they need to come into compliance. Correct, yeah, they can have 8 8 vehicles until October 1st of 2024, at which time they need to come in compliance with Cobb County Code for the R4 zoning district, and then also the occupational home business. Other stipulations are they need to remove the gravel driveway and replace with sod. And then go into zoning to discuss the carport and the shed, and if needed, go to and file the BZA a variance application.
When you're stating go into zoning, you mean go into the zoning department?
Go into zoning department,
Okay.
yes. I think I covered everything.
John or Bill, the minimum a LUP can be done is a year, correct?
No, you know, as far as LUP goes, the only thing the code addresses is the maximum time frame, which is up to 24 months.
Okay. So you're just approving the LUP for October 1, and then they have to come into compliance with the 5. Okay.
And so just additional comments, I'm not supportive of there being more than 5 vehicles here. I want to commend the applicant for having a business and doing well in business, to have the number of vehicles that you do have, but this is just too intense for a residential area. It really is time to look at seeing if there's another location the business can branch into, but having 8 vehicles on site is just too intense for this site. So I commend the commissioner for being accommodating to allow the 8 vehicles up until October, and I hope that the applicant continues to have business success and is able to find another location for the other work vehicles. Okay, so any other comments? All right, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Commissioners, it's 12:15. We are in the lunch hour. I'm going to ask that we break for 1 hour for lunch, because every time we do less, we're waiting for there to be commissioners to come back to resume the meeting. So we'll break until 1:15, and then we'll resume the rest of the zoning agenda. All right, good afternoon and welcome back to our Board of Commissioners zoning hearing this June 18th, 2024. I am turning things over to our zoning manager to help us with our next zoning application.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think I have a little piece of good news. I think there's one more case we can add to the consent agenda.
Oh,
We did talk to the opposition right before the break, and we worked out some things. So I'm going to call other business item number 27 of 2024, which is to consider a reduction of required public road frontage from 75 feet to 0 feet, and consider a variance to allow gravel driveway from Mitchell Galloway. The property is located on the north side of Sullivan Road, east of Sullivan Point Drive, and land lot 14 of the 18th District. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 27? Is no one opposed?
Okay. So would we like to add this to consent, Commissioner?
I make a motion to add OB 27, 2024 to the consent agenda with the following condition: that the property is to be utilized as a residential R20 property only, and no construction materials shall be stored at the property.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Hold on.
Excuse me.
I think she wanted materials and equipment
Okay.
not stored on the property that aren't related to the building of the house.
Okay.
What she doesn't want is for construction companies to be on the
Construction.
property.
Right, right, okay. So I'll just amend it to include that no storage of materials outside the materials that are used to build a home are to be stored on the property, and the same is true for any equipment, construction equipment.
Okay. Okay, is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you. The applicant, you're free to leave at this time.
Well, that's adding it to consent. Now let's approve the consent agenda as
And we have
revised.
approved. Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and approve the consent agenda as it has been revised.
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Thank you, and the motion carries 5-0. Again, our applicant, you're free to leave at this time. Thank you. He's asking for specifics of the matter.
Was it R30? Because I did stipulate R20 only. Is that R20? Hold on, where's the file?
Okay, let's go ahead and take a brief recess so we can get that clarification.
Oh.
Yes, call to order. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you for that, sir. The condition is to read that it's to be used as a residential property only. I won't include R20 or R30, so that's residential property only, Robin.
Okay, so how can we modify that? Is there any?
It's the board's motion at this point in time, so if y'all consent to it and then consent that it be added, that'd be fine.
Okay, is there consent from the board to add that? Okay. Or to revise it?
To revise it.
Okay. Do we need to have a motion?
You could have a motion to be cleaner if you had a
Let's just
motion.
do it. Let's
Yeah,
just
that's
have a
fine.
motion to be clear. In case there are any
I
issues
just want to
down
make
the
sure,
line.
I just want to make sure everybody's awake from lunch, so.
This is that exercise, but I make a motion to add OB 27, 2024 to the consent agenda with the condition that the property is to be utilized as a residential property only, and no storage of construction material or equipment outside of the construction of the home is to be stored at the property.
Thank you. Before there's a second, we've already voted on the motion, so would it be to add a motion, or do we need to have other language? No.
Is there something else that he wants to add?
I don't think so.
Bill, the motion's to add the matter to consent, but we've already voted on.
Just to revise it. I think
To
would be fine.
revise it.
Yes.
And
Okay.
that's what the motion was, to revise
Yes.
it.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. So we're revising the motion. Burl, you still seconding?
Yes, I will second, but I do have a question, and I'm not trying to beat this up, but
Your mic,
it's
please.
currently zoned R30. So if the motion is to only allow residential property, couldn't he build a R20 lot? Without specifying that, I mean, he'd have to come back through zoning to make it anything other than R30, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He would have to make it, he has to come back through zoning to make it something other than R30.
But you don't want to specify that it's R30?
No,
Okay.
I don't think I need to do that, because he would still have to come back if he wanted to rezone as something else.
If it just says residential property, how are we going to know what he's building?
So the way I'm reading this other business item is he essentially has 3.57 acres, but he doesn't have any road frontage, public road frontage, and we are approving one home to be built on that 3.57 acres.
Right.
So
And a
if he
gravel
goes to
driveway.
do anything else, it would generate not another business item, but it would have to generate a full rezoning. Am I correct on that, John?
That is correct. And actually, I need to add 2 more conditions. I'm sorry. I don't need to call him up.
Yeah, I'm going to revise the revision.
Okay.
We haven't voted.
You haven't called?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We hadn't voted.
Oh, you haven't voted yet on the first revision? Okay.
Not on the
Not on
second.
Right. Additionally, Robin and John and Bill, the parcel may not be subdivided in the future, and the parcel is restricted to a single-family home.
Those were the conditions that Mick asked that I include.
Okay. I'll second.
And then
Okay.
staff comments and recommendations? Not otherwise-
And all of the staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Second.
I already seconded.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions regarding this? Bill, did you need to weigh in? Do you have any clarifying questions? Okay, we'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, commissioners. Okay, sir, you're free to leave at this time.
Yeah, let me ask the clerk, we revised the motion that was already added to consent. We don't need to add it back to consent because it's already revised, right? Okay.
Okay, next case is rezoning case Z28, Marshall E. Drinkard, request a rezoning from R20 to LI for a light automotive repair in land lots 504 and 505 of the 18th district. Property is located on the north side of Six Flags Parkway, west of Queens Ferry Drive. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z28? Let the record show there's one person opposed. Is there anyone here in support of rezoning case Z28? We have one, which is the applicant. Okay, all those who wish to address the board for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
Hello, how y'all
Hello.
doing today? My name is Marshall Drinkard. I'm looking to rezone my property into a light industrial, light automotive repair. And I came in a couple of weeks ago and I know the planning commissioners was looking to deny the reason of me having a light industrial automotive business on my property, which I feel is not fair. And I feel I should be able to operate due to the fact that there already are businesses around my neighborhood. All 4 corners of my house reside businesses. And I feel that, excuse me for a minute, a little nervous. But I feel that my business should be, I feel I should have the right to be able to operate on my property. I've been living in the neighborhood for going over 10 years. And there's a lot of businesses around my neighborhood that already exist. And a lot of the concerns that I guess the commissioners will have it already exist in my neighborhood. And what I'm looking to do doesn't add no more harm to what already goes on in my neighborhood. I pretty much consider it as me working at a workshop. If I was to use my garage as a workshop, if I was to go back there, build a birdhouse, wash a car, or change my wife's oil in a car if needed, things of that nature. It's not an eyesore to the community. I actually have support from the community on the progression to try to put automotive business behind my house. And like I said, it's something like nothing real heavy, pretty much preventative maintenance. I'm not looking to disturb my neighbors. Actually, they in support of what I'm looking to do. And the hours I feel are very appropriate. It's during banking hours as well. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not looking to cause no more than what's already going on in my community. I've been there for 10 years. And like I said, noises all through the night, through the day, but like I said, I don't have no problem with it because I'm used to that, you know what I mean? But like I said, I'm just looking to put myself in a position to where I feel that the automotive business is needed in my community, as well as, like I said, what's going on around me. And I honestly feel that, you know, I should have the right to be able to operate a business. I am a legitimate business. I do have business license, and I haven't been cited, coded, or anything of that nature. So me coming down here is all on my will to look to get the right support and looking to do it the right way. You know what I mean? I'm not looking to shade tree it. I'm not looking to backdoor it. I'm looking to head it face first, your head first, you know what I mean, to try to get, you know what I mean, the proper support. And, you know what I mean, just do it the right way. You know, that the bottom line, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm not looking to try to do anything outside of the right way. And I feel that there are some type of recommendations or some things that could be done to what will allow me to be able to operate my business. Like I said, I'm already a legitimate business, and I have been for over 6 years now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now hear from opposition.
Yes, I'm Steve Young with the Mapleton Improvement Coalition, and we recommend denial of this application because this is a residential area, and the lots are subdivided for a residential area. Although the future land use map indicates light industrial, I believe the intention there was to aggregate these properties and put clean industrial projects in the area so that there would be minimal impact on the residential communities surrounding these properties. Let's see. The problem with this property in terms of automotive use is there's no area where you can park cars in an orderly manner on solid surfaces without creating either a hazard or an eyesore, you know, with automobiles stacked up, either waiting for parts or waiting for the person to come and collect his vehicle. So it could very easily look pretty messy with cars all are stacked up and everything. Also, there's no provision for handling automotive waste, you know, used oil and gasoline and anything, and very easily those fluids can get into the soil or the groundwater. And the neighbors currently may not care about the noise from early hours and late at night, but you know, once you rezone it and allow this property to become light industrial, it becomes a problem for future owners in the area. So, you know, when you zone, you have to think of the future as well as current usage. This is kind of what the property used to look like now. It is residential. And we think that unless there's some plan for aggregation and conversion en masse into light industrial, it should remain residential. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe you are the only one who stood up for opposition, so before I turn things over to this is still a zoning case, so I'll turn things over to the district commissioner at this time.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Let's see. May I have Mr. Drinkard to approach, please? Hi, how are you?
All righty.
You mentioned that you lived in the area for, I think, 6 or 10 years? Did you say?
10 years.
For about 10 years?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you resided at this property?
I resided at this property 3 years.
For 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so with respect to the number of employees, well, let me go back just a little bit. When you and I talked a couple of weeks ago, we talked about the variances that were attached to this request, and you communicated that you were not aware of the variance to reduce the side setbacks, to waive the 50-foot buffer, landscape buffer, and to waive the parking spaces for 7 to 0. Had you had an opportunity to research or speak with any staff members regarding or zoning regarding these variances?
I haven't. I'm not aware. To be honest, I'm not even aware of buffers or none of that. You know what I mean? It's almost. I'm not familiar with the language and terms of, of that. But as far as the parking and all that goes, like I said, it was mainly per se for drop-offs and based on appointments only. So as far as customers coming, waiting, dropping cars off is something that I wasn't looking to do. Like I said, I was looking to please the county or whatever they would recommend or anything that they feel that's going to be an issue to try to eliminate them type of issues.
Right, because what's required, 7 parking spaces are required, and the variance is 0 spaces. And looking at the photograph that was shared a short while ago, I didn't see where there would be any parking spaces to the front of the property or towards the rear of the property. But let me also ask you, how many employees do you plan to have at this location?
I'm a one-man army. I've been running it by myself and for the last 6 years, and I've been pretty successful in doing that. I'm pretty hands-on, and I'm not looking to hire any other person. Like I said, I do all the work by myself.
Okay. So you're not looking to hire anyone imminently, like in the near future? Because as I read through your documents, the plan is to convert the home
Yes, ma'am.
into an office.
Yes.
Is that still your plan?
Yes, I was going to have my wife operate the office, and I pretty much, run the shop area.
Okay, so you will have at least 1 employee there?
Yes, ma'am.
Or I'm going to say 2 because you will also be an employee?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. Is the plan for you to reside at this location?
Whatever accommodation y'all, if y'all need me to move, I will move, or, you know what I mean? I'm not looking to stay there, of course, you know what I mean? I'm looking to actually, like I was saying, the house, to have a location for my business.
Right.
You know, of course, in the future, or even now, I'm willing to move as long as I can operate my business, you know what I mean? Have a home for my business.
Right.
You know?
So, but you're planning for this to, at some point, be solely an auto repair place with the primary structure, your home, serving as an office, and the garage, which is at the rear of the property, I understand it has 2 bays.
Correct.
So your plan is to have an office in the front and work on the vehicles in the 2 bays towards the rear of the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The landscape buffers, you're required to have 50 feet. How would you plan to address that condition?
So would I need to move the building or move the house? I mean,
Well, I don't think you can move the house, but you would have to have 50 feet between the business and the residential property.
I mean, I believe it's 50 feet because it sits, so I got 2 lots, and it sits sort of far off on the second lot. So I can walk out my back door, and I know I'm walking more than 50 feet from the front of the building of the garage.
Okay. And can you share with us a little about the nature of your business? I know it's light auto repair, but just talk to us and walk us through what your plan is at this location. I understand that you're currently at another location that I think may be closing soon, and that's part of the reason you want to convert this into a business. But if you can walk us through what your plans are in terms of the type of repairs you plan to offer.
Mainly preventative maintenance, things that are less heavy, basically, like I said, light preventative maintenance. I rarely do oil changes, you know what I mean, to be honest with you. I rarely get oil changes in, but things of that nature, like body repair, as far as a customer might have a dent in the fender, I replace the fender with a new fender, which hardly requires any, loud noise or compressor running consistently, especially since it's just me and it's not 2 or 3 hoses running. So that's something that really wouldn't be consistently running, like a bumper, take out parts, replace parts, brake repair, pretty much like parts changing at this point. Like I said, light repair. If it's something that got a little scuff and buff, I maybe sand it out and that thing, prime it, things of that nature like that. But like I said, everything is pretty much light. And as far as disposal, the materials goes, which really wouldn't be a problem because they got alternate things that I can do with disposing all the materials properly. So there are containers I can buy that would allow, for oil or antifreeze or whatever is needed coming out of the vehicles, out of the customer's vehicle. So there is proper ways to dispose of waste material. You know what I mean? So.
Okay. You mentioned a sander. Can you share with us the type of equipment that you plan to use?
A DA sander, it's mainly like, it's an air tool. It basically feathers out scratches and cars. If a customer has a deep scratch or something of that nature, it's just an air tool that you plug into a hose and you just sand away. And it's not noise. Can hardly hear it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
If a car was running, you wouldn't even hear the DA running.
Okay.
I mean, it's real quiet.
But there will be some degree of noise. I mean, there are tools.
But the only
power
noise
tools.
is the air compressor. And like I said, being that it's one person, it wouldn't run consistently through the day. So air compressors tend to run enough to fill up the tank, then shuts off. And then whenever it gets to a certain point, then it'll kick back in to fill the tank back up again. So like I said, being it's just me, the chances of it running, consistently throughout the day is real slim. 'Cause like I said, I pretty much do everything out, with my business. So some days I'm delivering, some days I'm working, some days I'm, picking up parts, or, whatever the case. So.
Okay. And my last question for you is, how do you plan to handle growth of the business?
As it comes. And I'm all for willing to, if I have to come before you guys again and anything, if it's growing besides the point that's getting out of my control to where certain things that would need to have to be done, I would seek, recommendation from you guys first before I even move forward with just trying to, do anything outside of the county's.
Okay, and this is really the last question, but can you confirm how many vehicles you plan to have at the location on any given day for repairs?
Like being I'm the only person, maybe two, because like I said, I'm not no heavy volume shop. I got a lot of my customers are based off appointments, so the eyesore having a bunch of cars, I don't even like a lot of companies, so that eliminates that by itself. So like everything is based on appointments. So being just me, I normally would have like 2 cars, and probably throughout the week, maybe 6 or 7 cars. But the way I operate, I get them in and I get them out. So the chances of a car coming on my property and sitting for days and weeks at a time, I don't allow that because, you know, I believe in something. If I get it in, I got to get it out just as fast as I got it in, just for a timely manner for the customer's concern as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
So are you looking at doing any painting of vehicles on the property?
Honestly, I would love to, but if that's something you guys don't allow, I can alter, you know, it's alternate ways I can go about doing that as far as long as I can get them ready at my facility, I can always take them to another location where it's, you know, where they would allow me to paint them in that nature. But even in that case, like I said, most of the time it's still slim because I mainly do both. I do mechanic and paint. But like I said, in a case like that, if I was to run across a situation like that, I will. And if it's not allowed, I can always at least get it ready and then take it elsewhere and have it painted.
And then, since you are a one-man shop, and I know you said you were going to have 2 bays, do you anticipate the cars being kept in the bays while you're working with them? So
Yes,
like a
ma'am.
customer would deliver the car to the bay and then essentially pick it up from the bay before you'd bring the next one in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
This is a tough, I'll just share this commentary, not silly questions. It's a tough case. I was involved when Mr. Drinker was getting zoning on the other side of the road, and he was immediately adjacent to a HIU, so it made sense. I lived off of Six Flags Parkway. There's a sundry mix of industrial and residential all throughout Six Flags Parkway. There's opportunity to support the residential there by leaning towards residential uses. There's opportunity to recognize this is a priority industrial area and do something consistent with that use. It's a very difficult decision, which is why I'm leaning towards whichever direction you go, but it may not be clear from what's been presented here today, but on both sides of Six Flags Parkway, there are both industrial residential uses interspersed.
Any other questions or commentary? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
John, the future land use of this property is PIA. And my understanding of priority industrial is to have an assemblage of properties for, I guess, a larger company. Can you talk to us a little bit about the purpose of PIA and the thought and idea behind it?
Yes, PIA stands for Priority Industrial Area, and this is in an area that has PIA guidelines in our comp plan, and it really seeks to assemble smaller pieces into larger pieces to bring in like high-tech companies, biotech companies, and you know, one of the things in the guidelines it addresses is that, you know, the architecture should be brick, stone, or ephes on the facades. There should be enhanced landscaping. There should be a transition from the industrial uses down to the residential uses. So it is really there to help foster high-quality development with safeguards for the existing residential that's left in place.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question for stormwater.
Andrew Heath, Cobb Stormwater Management.
Actually, 2 questions. In one of your topography comments, there was a mention that there are 2 detached structures on the property. With one of those structures be the primary residence?
Yes.
Okay, all right, just wanted to confirm that. And also, I'm trying to find the comment, but there was a comment with respect to the topography and where the house is located, that there would be a flow in 2 different directions, I think both the east and the west.
Yeah, as I remember, roughly maybe the middle of the lot is kind of a little bit higher than it is at the street. And so from about that middle point to the street, as I recall, drains to the street, and from that middle point to the back kind of drains to the rear. And that's just kind of a general comment, just to sort of, when you read that, just to kind of get an idea of sort of where the water's going.
Right, but my follow-up to that, based on that description of the drainage, how likely that the discharge, such as oils, chemicals, et cetera, will into the stream, because there's a stream on this property as well.
Right. And that, of course, is a concern. My recommendation here is that because there is a small detached garage where he's going to do the work inside, if he does the work inside the garage, then if there is a spill, it's in that enclosed roofed over area, so it's not exposed to stormwater. And then that can be cleaned up just with normal methods, like any garage would clean up a spill inside a garage. And then you don't have to worry about stormwater. The bigger concern would be as if you were just fixing something out on the ground or something outside. That would be
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions for Andrew? Thanks, Andrew. Well, there was certainly a lot to consider with this application, and there are a number of commercial properties, including those that are zoned light industrial and residential properties along this corridor. Just last month or 2 months ago, we received a zoning application. If we can leave that up, that map, yeah. I believe the application might have been at 499 Six Flags Parkway, John. But that application was from R20 also to LI, and it's owned by the property owners that have the LI on the screen there to extend the parking lot for their trucking service. And while access would not have been on Six Flags Parkway, the neighbor to the west of 499 would certainly have been impacted by that decision, but the applicant withdrew the application, so it remains R20. I do agree that it is a difficult decision to be in, because when you look and you see the industrial uses along that corridor, those have already been, and you and I talked about this, Mr. Drinkard, those are already zoned as light industrial. But what you're asking us to do is rezone an R20, a residential property, into a use that's a lot more intense. There's a residential property to both the east and west of your subject parcel that would be adversely impacted by the intensive use of your business. And I can certainly appreciate your willingness to make concessions so that you can have your business at your property. But as was mentioned earlier regarding the priority industrial area, that is to provide for assemblage of smaller properties to foster innovative, high technology, and low pollution industries that would provide further industrial type job producing sectors. The nature of the light auto repair business, again, can present several challenges to the community, including noise, pollution, environmental concerns, and a reduction in air quality from the vehicle exhaust, paint fumes, environmental contaminants affecting the soil and water quality. Also, I'd like to point out that the garage, or the location for the repair or the bays, is just 100 feet from the neighboring residence. I think that's awfully close. The access to the garage on the east side of the property would also encroach on the neighbor's property. And what we're asking to take into consideration is to have the resident that lives at that property, I don't want to use the word inconvenience, but to be inconvenienced by having vehicles constantly coming up and down the driveway for repair. I can certainly appreciate you being a one-man operation, but there's an opportunity that there will be growth here. So while I'm sensitive to what you are attempting to do and provide a service to the community, I'm also sensitive to the residents that live adjacent to these properties. At some point, at least in your testimony you shared, at some point you may no longer live here. You'll be at another location, but your neighbors will be left with this business. And I just don't think that the business is suitable for this location. So I do support staff analysis that the rezoning request would allow a use that is not appropriate, and I do believe that is too intense, again, considering the residentially zoned adjacent parcels. And with that, I'm prepared to make a motion unless you all would like to weigh in. Okay. Okay, Chair, well then I make a motion that Z28, 2024 is denied.
Second. All right, is there any discussion? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. All right, we'll now hear our next case.
Okay, next case is other business item number 30 of 2024, which is to consider a reduction of required public road frontage from 75 feet to 18 feet for Porfiria A. Rodriguez. The property is located on the north side of Clay Road in land lot 1220 of the 19th District. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to other business item number 30? Okay, we have two opposed. So all those who wish to address the board, please come forward and be sworn in.
Hello, everyone. Yesterday,
Sir, if you would please state your name to start.
oh, I'm sorry. Jason Jimenez, I'm representing Porfiria. And I'm here with her daughter who would also like to speak. Okay. Yesterday, Lolita, who's the neighbor, she did a survey, and I let her know that wherever the survey line is, that we would be willing to build a fence for her, or build a fence, and I think that resolves her issue in regards to the property line. So.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mitzi Rodriguez. I am Porfiria's daughter. Her main concern here was that we came, well, the first time that she came, it was to get permission to have that driveway, or to make the driveway between the two homes. And it seems like one of the neighbors, Miss Lolita, had an opposition to some things that were going on her property, which has already been surveyed by someone who came out, surveyed the property. And that's really it. We're just here to get that permission for the driveway to her property.
Okay. Thank you. Is Is there anyone else in support of this application who would like to speak? You have a balance of 8.5 minutes.
¿Alguna otra cosa que tú quieres decir? Pues si nuestro entrada ya está aprobada. Es que eso todavía lo tiene que decidir, todavía tiene que pasar la señora. So, si ya nosotros dijimos aquí, ya que pase con eso. That's all, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll now hear from opposition. You have a total of 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Board, I'm John Skelton. I represent Lolita Burks as adjoining landowner to the proposed change from 75 feet required to 18. One of the main problems with this petition is they're asking for 18 feet. They don't even have 18 feet. The deed into the owner clearly shows that it's 13.55 feet that they have along Floyd Road, and that the survey that was tendered with their application has a different number on it and appears to either have been altered based on other data, but it does not track with the legal description of the property belonging to the applicant. That is problematic. It certainly appears that maybe their surveyor that they got to survey their property has altered things to make it look like they have more frontage than they actually have. The deed into the current owner, that was from earlier this year in January. It's recorded at Deed Book 16181, page 251 of the Cobb County Clerk of Superior Court's records. The legal description quite clearly shows 13.55 feet along Floyd Road, and they're asking for 18. They don't even have 18. So that is a problem that I would submit that they've got erroneous information in their application. I don't know if it's unwitting. I would suggest that it is unwitting on their part, but maybe not. There's the fact that they bought a property with so little frontage in the first place makes me wonder if the seller that sold them the property didn't sell them a pig in a poke, bill of goods that, you know, it's like, oh, well, good luck getting frontage to build something on that 1.5 acres. There has been an issue with the border between Ms. Burks' property and their property, because that, if a home is allowed to be built, the site for that home is most likely going to be right behind my client's property. And as such, is going to have the most impact on her property than the adjoining landowners that are on either side of that proposed driveway. My client is opposed to that. There's also been some debris that has ended up over her property line from that property in the last few months that she paid substantial amounts of money to a tree service to have cleared out. She paid over $2,000 to Monster Tree Service to clear off all this debris, some of which was hers, but some of which was not. So there's still an ongoing issue there. If they build a fence, that would be fine, but what would prevent them from throwing things over the fence? I don't know. Probably nothing, except Mrs. Burks' vigilance, which fortunately she has some, but she also has a job that has her away from her property a fair amount. She works full time. So granting a 75-foot, minimum road frontage down to 18, which they don't even have, is problematic, and I think this petition should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing that no one else stood in opposition, I'll turn things over to you, John, for staff's recommendation.
Madam Chair, the staff would recommend the board approve this, subject to the fire department comments, subject to the Cobb DOT comments. And that's it.
Yeah. Thank you, John. And with that, Commissioner Sheffield.
Thank you. I just want to go back and share the reason the survey issue has come up, because obviously that's not what's before us. But if you all recall, last month, Ms. Burke stood in opposition, and she was concerned with respect to her property line, and there were stakes on her property to which she believed the applicant was going to build on her property. So we asked that we hold the case or continue the case for 30 days to allow the neighbors an opportunity to kind of square away any differences or misunderstanding on either side. Ms. Burke did submit a survey which appears to be very close or maybe even identical to the survey that was submitted by the applicant. Regarding any other issues as a result of that survey, obviously that would need to be addressed outside of this hearing. And I appreciate Ms. Burke bringing her concerns to the board, but at this point, what the board will make a decision on is granting or consider granting the reduction in the road frontage. And John, I'll ask you to speak to that just a little. There was a reference to 13 feet of frontage, but in this respect, the driveway is the 18 feet.
That's correct. And the survey that was submitted by the applicant shows just a little bit over 18 feet of road frontage along Clay Road. And that's what the staff uses to determine how to advertise it and how to write it up. I'm unaware of a measurement of 13 feet. And this surveying company that submitted this, this is a pretty new survey. And this surveying company's been around for decades, and I have no reason not to believe what they show on the plat is what's really out there.
And when we say relatively new, I just want to provide a date of April 17th of 2024 is when the survey was submitted by the applicant.
And this may be a question for clarification from the opposition, but that 13.55 feet, it kept being referenced that was along Floyd Road. I'm assuming it was a misspeak.
Freudian slip, yeah. That
Because
should have been
this is Clay Road.
Mhm.
Okay.
He's shaking his head.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, I do have some questions for John or legal. So we have a survey and then the recording of this that seem to be in conflict. We're hearing 13.55 in legal records, and then we're hearing a survey of 18 feet. Am I hearing that's not reconciled here? That would have to be reconciled outside of this forum?
Well, if you're approving 18 feet, then you're approving 18 feet, but if it's less than that in the county records, you would be proving, you could approve as you want to up to or no less than 13.55 feet. But if you're approving 18 feet and ultimately there's whatever the actual survey says is actually less than that, then they'd have to come back before you.
Have to come back, I'm sorry?
They'd have to come back before you. Obviously, you cannot approve more footage than what actually is there. But for you to resolve that is not your purview, not the board's purview.
Who is that? Whose onus is that to resolve it? Is that outside of the county?
No, to be
government's
ultimately the
purview?
property owners.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was that responsible?
But ultimately be the property owners.
Property, yeah.
Yeah.
Commissioner?
This is probably a question for DOT unless John can answer it. But what is the width of the driveway that the applicant would have to put in?
A residential driveway varies between 10 to 12 feet, most likely, so there's enough room to put one in with the required apron.
Thank you.
And I think earlier today we approved one that was 14 feet, I think. So.
Okay, so Just as I'm mulling over what you're sharing with me, I mean, I guess my question is, to what extent do we have an onus as a government to make sure that we know who owns what? For instance, if somebody came in here to zone an entire parcel that they didn't own, we would have some responsibility to understand who the rightful property owner is before issuing a zoning notice. So here we don't have a full parcel, we have part of a parcel. We have, or not part of a parcel, we're just addressing road frontage, but it still gets to the matter of ownership. Do we not try to resolve that prior to issuing a decision on other business?
And Chair Cupid, you know, the staff relies heavily on the surveyor to produce a survey that is correct.
Okay.
And on the survey, you know, very small print in the lower left-hand corner, he references 12 different documents he looked at when he put this survey together.
I see.
So I'm fairly confident it's correct.
Okay.
However, if there's an issue regarding property ownership and there's a dispute, the county does have a county surveyor that both parties can hire to figure out where that line and what is really true on the survey. So if there's a dispute regarding the 13 or 18 feet or the property line between the Burks and the applicant, then both parties can hire the county surveyor and he determines what it is.
Okay. Okay, so taking that piece of information, there would have to be an agreement upon opposing parties to come together and to contract the county surveyor that is housed in Cobb County government?
Yeah, the county surveyor he's an elected official, just like y'all.
Okay.
And, you know, the state of Georgia has given him the power to determine where the property lines are.
For disputes.
So where he says it is, it's gonna be.
Thank you for letting me know the power of our elected official and the county surveyor,
That's one option as well as litigation, so,
as well as
litigating the matter.
litigation, yeah. Okay. I would just hate to know that that's gonna be the outcome if we can resolve it here. It seems as if the applicant is willing to honor what the, opposition has shared here today, so perhaps this will be a non-issue.
Okay, I guess I just need a little bit of clarity because I thought I'd heard for a second that the opposition had also submitted in a survey, but they just submitted in the request for a survey to be done.
No, the opposite. The opposition received a survey on yesterday.
That they commissioned?
Yes.
Okay, and so we have it. We have a survey from both the applicant and the opposition, and you said they're pretty much identical.
Identical, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to help out here. So for clarification, the property owner that did the survey was at 1180 Clay Road, correct? If I remember correctly.
Yes, the one who has a survey that Commissioner Sheffield has that was done yesterday is at 1180 Clay Road.
Right, and we never heard from the property owners at 1190 or 1184 disputing the property line to which the easement falls upon. So to me, the one property line that was disputed is just this back corner on 1180, and it sounds like that has been resolved. But we don't have opposition from the two adjacent properties to which the actual easement for the roadway rest on. So my question is how can a property owner that is not adjacent to the easement question if those property owners aren't doing it themselves?
Well, I think the concern-
I think your question is legitimate. Let's just be clear, though. It's not an easement. It's actually fee simple. That property owner owns that property. It's not an easement over the property. They own that track in between there.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But so they own it, but I guess the 1190 and 1184 are not disputing what the applicant owns. Is that better, Bill? Okay.
I think the concern with Ms. Burke, is that there was stakes placed on her property, and that's what kind of started it all. So she just wanted to make certain that they were not encroaching on her property. So as a board, we agreed to allow them to allow her to get a survey and kind of work it out between the neighbors.
Right, and while
Yeah.
that survey was done and we understand the lines came back about equal, it seems we've now shifted to the part of the parcel that belongs to the applicant, which would be the eventual construction of a driveway that has not been disputed until now.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
So with that being resolved, hopefully, the 75 feet requirement of public road frontage, do both of the surveys say there's only 13.55, or is there 18 feet? Because like Bill was saying before, we don't want to give them more than they can actually get. If we did the request is for 18, but
The 18 feet is shown on the applicant's exhibit that she submitted for this other business item. Ms. Burks, I don't believe, shows it, does it?
No.
No.
And John, just for clarification, the 18 feet measures from Clay Road to the end of the driveway?
No, the 18 feet is the parallel distance the property line shares with Clay Road.
Oh, okay, okay.
so the certified survey shows that there is 18 feet of frontage,
Yes.
road frontage? Okay. Our
Yes.
position said differently.
Well. Okay, I don't have any other questions or comments. I'm prepared to make a motion unless you guys have something else. Anything else? No? Okay. I make a motion to approve OB 30-2024 with the following conditions: that the parcel is restricted to a single-family home. The final site plan and elevations are to be approved by the district commissioner. Construction hours are to be in compliance with the development standards. And all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
I have a question for Commissioner Sheffield. Do you want to stipulate no further lot splits? I know you said for a single-family home.
This is a R20.
Yes.
It's R30, but it's 1.3 acres.
It's R20 for this one.
It's R20.
Book says R30.
Okay.
So regardless of the R, would you?
I will add to the motion to include that the property or the parcel is not to be subdivided.
Well, you did say in your motion, one, single-family home, one.
Right, but they
So
can
what's
put
the
it, well, the difference could be that they would build on one side of the lot and have room to build on the other side.
That would still prompt a rezoning. Either way, if you put in a stipulation, it could still prompt a rezoning. It's just a matter of semantics.
And you're just waiving the 75 feet frontage, not
Right, that's-
putting a number in there of what they have or what they can do?
Correct.
Okay.
Just deciding on the application, the request on the application, yes.
Okay, there's a motion. Was there a second? Okay, any additional discussion? We'll call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Thank you, commissioners.
All right. And I think we're going back to OB 34 right now of 2024. which is to consider a reduction of required lot size from 20,000 square feet to 18,015 square feet for Giusilio Cruz. The property is located on the south side of Boggs Road, east of Pisgah Road, in land lot 192 of the 18th District. Earlier, there was 2 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon.
Good
My name is
afternoon.
Giusilio Cruz. The property is zoning R20, and I hope you guys approve for reducing lot size from 20,000 square foot to 18,015 foot. The proposal is building single family home, and to improve us community. And thanks so much for thank you for opportunity for me speaking.
Okay. You may feel free to start.
He did, I think he's
Okay,
done.
oh, you're
I was
done?
just-
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Ask if
Okay,
there's
there's no
anyone-
additional, okay. Is that all you have for your presentation?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
We'll now hear from opposition, and opposition has a total of 10 minutes to address the board.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Gray. This is Del Garner. We reside on either side of the lot. I apologize for reading from my phone, but my printer failed me last night. First, no petition for consent of contiguous landowners was ever presented to us. More importantly, notice signs from the zoning division were never posted on or near the property regarding this hearing to ensure that neighbors were aware of this proposal. Second, the property has already become a dumping ground. Since the application, large piles of construction debris have begun accumulating on the lot. The heavy vehicles used for this trespassed on Ms. Garner's property, thereby endangering her driveway and sewer service. This is not the kind of neighbor we would like to have. Finally, according to county records, the applicant currently owns at least 14 other properties in Cobb County, implying that this will likely become another rental. If internet records are accurate, some of the applicant's current properties are inhabited by at least 9 people. One is listed as having 14 residents, which means instead of a single-family home, this property would actually become yet another unauthorized housing complex, which now dominate the area. If the county votes to waive the requirement of half an acre, a highly occupied house would overwhelm a residential septic system, thus adversely affecting the neighboring properties. In addition, the application states the lot is 18,015 square feet, but the assessor's site notes it is only 17,424 square feet. It would also pose a problem if multiple vehicles were entering and exiting at an already busy intersection. I have lived here for over 20 years, and Ms. Garner has lived here for over 40. What was once a very pleasant place to live has seen a steady decline in recent years. Many of the long-term residents are gone and have been replaced by renters who are not invested in the community. Most of them have shown rampant disrespect for the city and their neighbors by breaking the law and the codes of Cobb County on a daily basis. The excessive noise at all hours, ridiculous speeding, illegal driving actions and vehicles, too frequent gunfire, regularly occurring fireworks, unpermitted construction and tree removal, unsecured pools, and loose, noisy, and prohibited animals are just some of the problems we constantly suffer with. Some of the remaining homeowners are now considering leaving if conditions do not improve. We are hopeful the adoption of cityhood will return Mapleton to better days. Businesses buying all the homes and adding more renters will not help us get there. This is not about improving the community, but rather improving someone's bank account. We hope that you decline this application in favor of the actual homeowners who would like to save what little peace remains. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, so it's just one speaker, two people coming up. I believe there's no one else in opposition, so John, I'll ask you what staff's recommendation is.
Madam Chair, the staff would recommend the board approve this, subject to the lot size to be 18,015 square feet, fire department comments, and Cobb DOT comments.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to the commissioner.
Thanks, Chair. John, can we confirm if the proper mailing was done for this application?
That one we need to call the applicant up for. I've called him and left a message about this, and I never got a response.
Okay, can the applicant approach? So are you confirming that? Okay. Have you mailed or sent the proper mailings to the neighboring properties?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And John, can we verify that? Because
Well,
the mailers,
And that's why I tried to call you about this. I left a message because we didn't have those receipts in the file. So do you have those with you?
Let me see.
and this is the certified receipts, John?
Yeah.
And while he's looking for that, John, do you know approximately how many homes should have received a mailer?
I don't have here with me.
You don't have it with you?
To the posting mails.
Pardon me?
It's the receipt for the certified mail, the green card that you'll receive back once the mail has been accepted by the recipient.
Let me just see.
And to answer your question, Commissioner Sheffield, there probably should have been at least, I'm going to take a guess here, probably 60 or 70 houses.
Sorry?
How many homes did you mail a letter to?
Let me try here to find. It here.
You can just give us the number. We don't necessarily need to see the
Yes, I can
list.
say to you. 86.
You mailed to 86 homes. Have you received any of the certified cards returned to you?
No.
You have not received any. Did you send it certified mail?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you sent to, I think you said 80 homes?
86.
86 homes, and you sent all 86 certified mail, and you have not received any of the return receipts? Okay. Did you post the zoning signs at the property?
Yes.
The large yellow signs,
Yes,
you
correct.
had it posted at the property. When did you post it at the property?
Let me see if I have a date here. May 18. May 18.
May 18th, okay, is when you posted it. Can you address the concern regarding the construction debris and several other, what it sounds to be code ordinances at this property?
We just put a entry gravel there and a couple of things there because
I'm
we
sorry.
just deliver gravel like a 57 gravel entry, like for the driveway. We just dump it there on the lot.
Okay, so is that a temporary storage for the gravel? Or are you
No,
transporting it somewhere else?
No, yeah, because we're gonna have an extra gravel and close to another lot. We building house. We just put there for temporary.
Okay. Are you storing any other materials or anything at this property?
Soon I know, no, but I don't know.
Okay.
Because we've been building many homes around there. What I know is gravel we left over from another house. We just put there.
Okay, okay. Do you guys have any questions? Because I'm concerned that the neighbors have not received written notification. And although you have the sign there, you know, there's a possibility that some might not have seen the sign. So I'm just concerned that you had not received any of the return receipt cards in the mail. So my assumption is that they have not received those letters, and I think in fairness to the community, they should be notified of this request.
Okay.
You guys have any questions or anything?
So I'm not kind of surprised about not getting back the receipts from the post office, unfortunately. Yeah. My only question to the applicant is, have you reached out to the Department of Health with your proposed plans?
Department what?
Health?
Not yet.
Because this is on septic, and they would need approval by the Department of Health, and I know they're not meeting the minimums for the Department of Health right now.
Yeah, I was just saying that might be assessed during plan review.
I just want to add also, John just confirmed that the letters were sent to the zoning office. I'm sorry, the receipts were sent to the zoning office, so we do have that in our possession, the return receipt, so they were notified.
Wait, we do have the return receipts?
Yes, the certification of mailing is in our office. It just wasn't in the file. So we have that in our office.
Okay, okay. And just a question on the Department of Health. Well, now you may not hold it or continue it, but I think some of the other applications do include the Department of Health thing in their actual application, but I'm sure it is also addressed in site plan review as well.
And I don't find that it's always included, but at the very
Right,
least,
just
that's where we'll
sometimes.
have it, but it's not in this one.
I was gonna say, if there was gonna be a hole, it may be wise to
Right,
include that in
gotcha.
the direction so that he would know that's also,
Gotcha.
but, yeah.
Okay, all right. You know, and Bill, I don't know if legally I can address some of the concerns that were shared. I think I know the answer, but if I can even address some of the concerns of opposition regarding the other properties, like I feel like that's outside of our scope, but I'm still sensitive to her concerns. Is that something that?
Yes, I mean, what the intended use is, I mean, obviously, whatever house we built would have to follow code and all those sorts of things, and random gunfire somewhere else, I mean, you know, we can't assign that to this area, to this
Right.
location.
Right. And, you know, part of the other challenge with this property, or not challenge, but with GDOT or DOT's feedback, is to shift the driveway farther east because it's so close to the intersection of Boggs and Pisgah. And I understand, is it a 50-foot between driveways? So there may be an additional concession made there because it's so close to the intersection, which I think would be okay once you review it through site plan, but, go ahead.
Is this in a platted subdivision?
No.
Are the surrounding R20 homes 20,000 square feet or greater?
They're probably greater.
Okay, so what is if he's trying to build a house, there's no house there right now?
Yes, it's a vacant lot.
So why couldn't they do a 20,000 square foot lot?
Well, that's an interesting story, Commissioner. Because the lot currently has 18,015 square feet. It's required to have 20,000 square feet in it. But Ms. Gardner spoke in opposition, but it looks like either her or her parents sold the lot to the guy before, Mr. Cruz. So, Ms. Gardner, see, I had it pulled up here. Do you know who sold the lot in 2012? You can come back up here.
And John, just for clarification, which parcel are you referencing?
The one on the screen that ends in 470.
Okay.
But the lot from 430 is the one who sold them the property.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Okay.
The lot was sold by my father-in-law, who is now deceased. His name was Frank Garner.
Okay.
And he sold it. I have never had that property in my possession. I've never owned it. It's just right next door to where I live.
Okay. I was just wondering because it's the same last name.
I'm sorry?
I was just wondering because it's the same last name.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. With that, I mean, can't zero somebody's property, right?
Pardon?
Can't zero someone's property, right?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sensitive to
Oh, yeah.
the neighbor's concerns, but I think it may have been inferred to not develop the lot.
Because of those reasons, we just can't.
I can't support that.
And the board can put conditions on it that would address their concerns, like for single-family use only, district commissioner approved the final elevations and site plan and things like that.
That can help tamp, yeah, some of those issues.
I guess that may be a legal question in terms of restrictions with the single-family use only. That does not exclude any type of rentals or short-term rentals, would it? No. Okay. Okay. Anything else? I think this is the last case.
If it's not a subdivision, they wouldn't have an HOA that would cover some of those things that.
But we do have code enforcement.
Yes, the district commissioner will call you up if she has more questions, but it's not necessarily appropriate to initiate additional testimony. I will share with the number of issues that were shared during opposition, that these are things that I would encourage you to get a hold of through code enforcement and reaching out to your commissioner. No one wants to hear that anyone's community is in decline the way that you have stated. And if there's anything that we can do as a county to help mitigate that, please give us the opportunity to do so. Please let your commissioner know. You can reach out to code enforcement. We have some members of community development here today. But as I shared, it's not reasonable for us not to allow them to build for those purposes. But it is reasonable for us to be proactive in making sure that this property is lived in according to a single-family home expectations. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. Again, this is our time to address any comments should have been shared during the 10 minutes, unless the district commissioner calls you back up.
Okay. All right, anything else? You're smiling, Gamble. Anything else? No? Okay. Okay. All right, John, and staff recommended approval, and can you just note those conditions again once more?
Yes, the staff recommended approval, subject to the lot size be 18,015 square feet. Number 2, fire department comments. Number 3, Cobb DOT comments.
Okay. Okay, and I also, well, let me make my motion, and then I'll attach a couple of conditions. Oh, wait, hold on, that's the wrong one. Okay, here we go. All right, I make a motion to approve OB 34, 2024 with the following stipulations: that the final site plan to be approved by the district commissioner. The home is to be used as a single-family residential property only. Elevations to be approved by the district commissioner. Not sure if I said that already. And all other staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Any additional questions or comments? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0.
And that completes your printed agenda, Madam Chair and Board. And since I have the mic open, I just want to say thank you to Jeannie Payton. This is her last Cobb County zoning hearing,
Yes.
as she's taken a job in the city of Roswell to be the zoning and planning manager.
We're gonna miss you.
Yes. Congratulations on the new role. We'll miss you, but I know that you'll make us look good over in the city of Roswell. Thank you for your
The
support.
grass isn't always greener on the other side.
You can always
She'll
come
be
back.
back.
You can always come
We'll
back.
keep the door open for you.
Yeah, he
All
can
right.
come back anytime.
Okay. Bill?
Chair,
Thank you.
Chair, is there a motion from the board?
Yes, there's been a desire to go into exec. I'll take a motion to go into exec.
Motion to move into exec.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please raise your hand. Or, I'll call the question, I'm sorry. We don't. Why don't we go ahead and meet in exec at 2:50? All right?
At the BSC room upstairs.
All right. Thanks, our meeting is adjourned.